Gentlemen, let's broaden our minds.
Hey, how's that, essay? More booze, more bullshit, more butt fucking.
Yeah, don't want to sound like a dick or nothing, but it says on your chart you're fucked up. You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
Today, you play a game for your lives.
Hello. Yeah? I'm here for the gangbang.
Broadcasting live from the Cocaine Energy Drink Studio in downtown Cleveland.
Go away, Peyton!
It's Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
Me and my homie Azamat just parked our slab outside.
Please.
We're looking for somewhere to post up our black asses for the night. So bang bang, skeet skeet, nigga. We just a couple of pimps, no hold.
You think you got issues?
Yeah, well, I really don't think we have time for a hand job.
Wait till you get a load of these clowns.
We will give nothing back to the academic community, as well as provide no public service of any kind. This much I promise you.
Come here to get your weekly fix of Sick and Twisted.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. You ain't gonna shit right for a week.
It's Uncensored Net Noise. Uncensored Net Noise.
What the fuck's going on? Leave me!
I need help.
There's that fag talk we talked about.
On MorningShowCentral.com.
Hey everybody, it's Joe Howard. I'm hosting the best of Uncensored Net Noise. Chris and the gang are celebrating the holidays, and I'm here at Chris's house, and I'm going to cut some intros and narrate the best of show. I just took a shit in Chris's toilet, and it was like a leukemia patient. It was so awful. But now I'm here, and the first clip I want to introduce is, one of the greatest actors of the 80s, one of my favorites, of course, Mr. Cory Haim. Really excited when I heard Chris got him on the show. Of course, if it would have been Anthony Michael Hall, I would have jizzed in my pants. But Cory Haim's good, too. The Lost Boys, License to Drive. You know the drill. One of the Corys. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Cory Haim.
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
All right, guys, we're sitting here with Cory Haim and G-Tom Mac. They're going to be at the Virgin Mega Store in Hollywood. It's at 6801 Hollywood Boulevard, Suite 105 in Hollywood, California. So if you guys want to go out there and check these guys out, I think you guys are going to have a blast when you meet these guys. But it's an honor and a privilege to have Cory Haim and G-Tom Mac on the show. G-Tom was on our show once before. About a month ago, we were talking about the Lost Boys album that he's got. And we've been playing the holy hell out of his music on our station here at MorningShowCentral.com.
That's all I play on my iPod, man. That's it.
But, like I said, we got Cory Haim.
Thank both of you.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, I love you.
We got Cory Haim and G-Tom Mac here. So what's going on, guys?
Things are good. Go ahead, Gerard. Start it off, man.
Well, things are good. We've been doing, it's hard to, where do you begin? I've got an album out, as you well know, as you're playing it, and working that. But on the other side of things, we've, I've developed what seems to be, I can't really talk too much about it, but what a cradle-assisted PlayStation game that Cory will be part of, and it's sort of a PlayStation game that'll slash its way into a movie as these things go, and as I'm restraining myself from talking too much about it.
Yeah, no, gee, be careful, because it's really, really delicate, man.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting concept where I've been able to take characters out of my song and be able to develop them into, a PlayStation game, and it's come quite a ways now, in which they now think it can be a film as well. So, it's in progress, and we're out. We did this thing in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, Cory and I, about a couple of months ago, wasn't it? And
that's it, right? It was about 4 months ago or 3 months ago, a little less than that, but it was Monster Mania. So first time I've ever met, Gerard, ever. I mean, ever. I've never met him before, and it's my favorite song ever, so it was the first time we've ever met. We clicked, and I introduced him, and he did an acoustic version live on stage, and it blew my mind, man. Everyone. So it's just unbelievable what's going on. I'm honored for this.
Thanks. It's a really interesting, synergy, because, there was Brooke McCarter, who was one of the Lost Boys, and Chaz Corbett, who was played Laddie.
Baby Vampire, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like I met them for the first time as well. I mean, I met Keeper had been to my gigs, and Jason Patrick. I'd never met these guys, and it was we had such a warm And we literally met before all of us went on to do this
Literally.
Q&A. Yeah, like
It's
5
true.
minutes.
Gerard had his guitar in his axe band guitar in his hand, was like back behind stage pace. I just met him, and he was like, who's introducing me? And I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, would you mind? And I'm like, sure. And he's like, well, I'm like, Gerard. And he's like, no, G-Tom Mac. And I was like, wow, I get to do this. And it was just incredibly cool that we all met right then and there, and just we all clicked like family. It was very, very cool.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
That
happened like that. Yeah.
That's pretty awesome, though. I mean, now let me ask Cory this question really quick off the bat.
Sure.
Now with the Lost Boys, the new one that came out, I know you didn't have a whole big huge role in the movie and stuff like that, but I want to know. I want to get your take on the movie, The Lost Boys.
I'm not going to say anything bad about it, but my own personal thoughts on it are, I think it might have been a little rushed, or maybe the script was a little, when I heard it was going right to DVD, and this is after all of my problems on the show and not knowing about it and it actually, I'm very happy I was only at the end and alternate scenes. To me, without Joel around, I'm sorry to say this, but, and without the cast, the original, and the flavor we had, and I'm just thinking that's right time, right place, and right everything back way in the day, 87, now we're in 208, and it's like Lost Boys 2 comes out, I think the best thing about it was, the DVD cover. I hate to say it like that, but well, the opening scene with Tom Savini kind of freaked me out. I was like, oh, that is cool. Everyone else is a vampire, and he was, and they attack him, kill him. That was really interesting, and a couple of shots were interesting, but I really feel like, the Halloween sequence, let's just put that as a hypothetical, 1, 2, Michael Myers, 3 had nothing to do with it, and 4, 5, and number 20 all have to do with Michael Myers. So I thought Lost Boys 2 had nothing to do with Lost Boys 1, so I don't really see where the, sequel found its place.
Now, do you think there's going to be a Lost Boys 3 down the road?
If there is, I hope I'm in it, and I hope Joel Schumacher's directing it, and I hope Gerard just, keeps, on this thing, man, with, I don't know how many more, mixes you can do of Cry Little Sister, mate, but I'm just, I'm really hoping it's going to be, just the way the first one was, the feeling, the ambiance, everything around and outside the set, and that brought it on and into the movie.
Right.
That first movie just had, as we discussed, Cory, and I think I mentioned this to you, Chris, before. It just had synergy at its best, where I didn't have the luxury of looking at the film. I just read a script that Joel Schumacher had sent me, and he said, "Listen, I've got this great cast. I got this young kid, Cory Haim, in it." And I don't even think I knew who you were at that point, and I knew who Corey Feldman was because of another film before that, and he was just going on about just how great this film. I said, well, can I watch it? And he said, no, I can send you a script. I read the script, wrote the song based by inspiration of that script, and also just various things in my own life that was going on at the time. But it was synergy at its best. Corey, best to tell you how that, when they were making the film, he's got great stories, as Joel does as well. But it's always good getting the actor stories because they're a lot juicier than the director's stories.
It was so fun. It's true. And, synergy is the right word to use. It really is. It was incredibly cool, man.
Great writing. Honestly, it just...
The DP we had, Michael Chapman, it's unbelievable how this guy, especially the one shot where they're in the motorcycles and he pulls off out into air over the cliff. And he's like, I can't beat your bike. Jason Patrick to Kiefer, and Kiefer's like, you don't have to beat me, Michael. You just have to keep up. And that whole thing, that sequence, took about 2 days to film, 2 nights, to film, and unbelievable the way these stunt guys and the real guys actually did this with Joel in a car, truck, one of those lifeguard things on the sand. It was unbelievable watching them film that. And you got to remember, Corey Feldman, myself, Jameson Newlander, Chance Corbett was a baby. We didn't see half the movie being filmed because we were kids and we were sleeping while they were doing the night shoots. Crashed out. So it's very interesting to watch the premiere of that movie because I didn't see half of it being filmed. So incredible.
Now, I got a lot of questions from our website at morningshowcentral.com. There's a lot of fans that want to know a lot of things about you. One of the fans that's at the website, they wanted to know, Cory, are you going to be writing some kind of book about a biography about yourself, about your life?
Well, I've been talking about that for a long, long, long time. and I have a lot to share, and, season 2 of my show, it was kind of trippy for me to film and what happened and, so on and so forth. But the book thing, yes, I mean, eventually there is going to be an actual, I'm just going to write a book about, for myself to get it out there and get it off my head, and also, maybe it'll just, give some other people some great laughs and also maybe help some people, and, I just think it's really, I have a real long, interesting, I've done 42, 43 movies and and some interesting, I've worked with, the best of the best, I think, with Joel and on, and Gerard now and on, everything that's gone on with me from movies now to music, now to real life and what's happening, and, I have a lot to say, and a lot of people want to know, and I want to tell them, too. It's like I'm interested of, what's happened to me in my life. It's very interesting. So I think I am going to do that, yes.
Now, how did you and G-Tom meet?
Well, like I said, he was literally, we were at a convention meeting our fans and, just how you doing, and signing away the whole bit, and Gerard was performing that night. So, G-Tom and I met when he had his guitar backstage, he was practicing, and boom, I met him right then and while he was in mode, getting ready to be introduced and go up on stage, and literally, I met him backstage, literally, and I guess that's where Gerard, you met Chance and then, yeah?
It's interesting, people, when you go into Gerard, G-Tom Mac, because my real name is Gerard McMahon, but as it appeared on the original Lost Boys, but I think we had this, I'm constantly having to explain my reinvention of my name, but
it's G-Tom, Gerard McMahon, his real name is G-Tom Mac. Sorry about that.
But anyway, listen.
I do that a lot, When I first met him, I'm like, do I introduce you as Gerard McMahon, or, no, it's G-Tom Mac, and it was just, that's when I first met him, really, honestly. That's honestly when I met him.
Yeah, it was, interesting how we've carried on since that time, we've been able to talk about, I had this concept of the PlayStation game for the longest time. I thought it would be great to take characters that were in the original movie, not that they would be their characters in this particular thing, which I can't talk too much about. But I thought it'd be great to get, give some features, as they are in present day in their lives now, and to make those into the PlayStation game, which I think it's going to be interesting. Obviously, I'm an artist meaning musician and singer and writer. I'm not, but it was interesting putting this kind of concept together and having the thoughts of Cory and Chance and perhaps a couple of the other characters that were actually
Brooke, Billy Worth, the black-haired vampire, everybody.
Yeah. Brooke McCarter's great. He's got such a great...
Brooke is great, man. And you know what? Brooke McCarter was the guy, the vampire that my dog in the movie Nanook had pushed in the bathtub while Corey Feldman and Jameson Newlander were in the back room, and he made all the blood start coming out of the house. That was Brooke.
Yeah, it's great.
Everyone mistakes Brooke for either Alex Winter or Kiefer, because there was 3 blondes and 1 black-haired vampire, which is Billy. So it's either Alex, Kiefer, or Brooke. In this case, it was Brooke. And he's just rocking out. He's a musician also. So, I met basically G-Tom through Brooke.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's awesome. The story is incredible, and I wouldn't have changed that for the world, man.
Now, out of all your travels, Cory, what was one of the craziest, one of the most memorable, out of all your travels, all these different conventions and stuff like that, which one in the back of your mind is the most memorable?
Well, it's that one. It's Monster Mania where I met Gerard. It was unbelievable. It was, all of us were united, basically, and it wasn't expected. G-Tom, were you expecting it to go like that? Because I wasn't.
No, I didn't know what to expect, really. I was just kind of flew in. I don't know where I came in, from Boston or something, because I've been gigging up there.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So it was memorable, mind-blowing, and the most memorable, forget show, and it was just probably the most greatest memory, or one of them, I'll have in my life,
I think what really was incredible for me, for the first time, I'd never done a horror convention before, and I'd been asked in the past to do them, but it was just schedules being the way they were. And so what was amazing to me is that how incredibly popular that movie is. I knew it, but you go to a convention like that where there's 20,000 people come through.
At least on that one.
And you really saw the amazing amount of love for this movie and my song, and which was synonymous, really.
I have this, Cory. I have supportive fans that beyond. My fans are the greatest. I love them all, and I hate the word fans, but supporters. Gerard supporters, or fans, are just, it was unbelievable. I mean, he touched the world with this one song. There is, and I said this on stage on our Q&A, there is no Lost Boys without the song Cry Little Sister, and to me that's a fact.
I agree with you 100% on that one, though.
Thank you. And I just firmly believe that. Everybody knows the Lost Boys because everybody knows it.
Crazy,
everybody.
You get people that, when I travel around the world, people come up to me and say, I never knew about Lost Boys, but I heard that song, and then somebody told me there was an actual movie that it's a theme from. And they went and watched the movie, and they couldn't stop watching it, So
that's the thing. Exactly. What I'm trying to say. Exactly. It's the song, man. The song is just, touched. It's like, what was that? The one where everybody, I forget, Michael Jackson. Everybody did it, Everybody did that one song, and this is like just Gerard doing, who comes up with a song like this? It's that memorable. It's incredible.
Some crazy loon does. That's
Mac. No, deep down, you're not crazy. You're just a genius, man.
Oh, don't use that word. That's too deep. But
Okay. All right. Well, maybe you are a little nuts then, man. I love you.
Well, there's a fine line between insanity and being a genius, right? So I'll take that. I'm somewhere in
Okay. All right. I know I'm insane, so.
On my travel and touring and what have you, I get more people ask me, do you know Cory Haim? You think people would ask me, do I know Keeper or that, although they do. But so many fans, of that movie would say, do you know Cory Haim? I said, I've never met him before. And lo and behold, now I don't have to say that anymore.
Yeah, it's amazing. And people are asking me lately, if, are you recording a record with him? Wow, you're so, I'm getting all these questions now. And, it's just amazing because people assumed that we have met, back in the 80s because of the movie. So, and we hadn't. And it was just interesting to people. Why haven't you guys met? Why haven't you guys hooked up? How can you not know G-Tom, Mac? Why? And it's just, he was the musical part, which I'm not involved in. I do my acting, I rap out, I did another movie.
Yeah,
so
I never went to the premiere of that movie because it was, I was in England. I think I was in England. I can't remember. I couldn't make the premiere, but I remember, hearing about it and how...
It was a good premiere. I mean, you were missed. I mean, I didn't meet you then, but it was an interesting premiere.
That being the point, I didn't meet anybody until much later on, but...
You knew Joel, right, very well, yeah?
Well, Joe, I didn't know him that well. I mean, he was a fan of mine. I had an album out that he just loved at that time, right before that. It was my first album.
Gotcha. And I'll tell you what, Gerard, G-Tom, I mean, gamey people are strange to perform with them on stage, which is, and the way he put it to me was No, it's a great story. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just saying,
No.
What was incredible to me, it was really funny, because we were just having a laugh over at my studio one day. We were shooting this little bit of a documentary thing, and so Cory came up and we were just, jamming away on, I said, we jammed away on People Are Strange, and he picked up the mic and he started singing it. I'm going, wow, he's got a cool little vibey voice here,
Bless you.
And we were going to play, and we were set to play a gig at the Viper Room with Metal Sonars a couple of nights later on.
And I have to say, that interview was awesome, guys. I watched the entire video that she put together. I think it's awesome, dude.
Yeah,
Thank you. You know what, we had, for some reason, when, Tom and I did that with Sonars, we had over 100,000 hits in 4 or 5 days. I mean, something clicked, with G and myself. It was just, in the Viper Room, we had the greatest supporters that showed up that night. I mean, and it turned out to be just like a family kind of thing, just like it was in Monster Mania out of town. It's never been awkward, around G ever. So
we've become the 2008 Rat Pack, haven't we?
We have. The first thing he says to me is, after meeting me, he goes, listen, I have this idea to give you People Are Strange. Excuse my accent's not as good as his, but, and he goes, I'm not trying to be rude, and please, don't take this the wrong way, but I think it's perfect for you. And it was, it was not a dig. It's a perfect, song for me. It's a great vehicle for me to sing. Who better to sing People Are Strange than me, So I did, and I was very nervous, and to be honest with you, G, I was really nervous that day coming over to your studio.
Really?
And because it's me trying to even sing in front of you.
Yeah,
I was like, oh, Lord.
Well, I knew you were nervous, but you know what? It's interesting about whatever you have going on. Is I guess we all have a bit of that as being performers. I get nervous all the time, but there's that moment where you just the first couple of notes come out, and you go, okay, I can own this, you know?
Yeah, and I remember, I'll never forget this. I asked you, do you get nervous like this? And you're like, oh, bloody hell, man, that's normal. You wouldn't be normal if not, but not this many days before. And it was like 2 weeks before, and I was shaking, man.
I love you.
So I've never done that. I mean, I'm not a musician. Yeah, I've never done that. Gerard's been doing this forever. I mean, it's like, you know, so he knows what's up. But once I got up there and once I was on the same stage as G, I felt really okay. It was really interesting. Like, all my fear went away. It was great.
Cory, I have a question for you. What's one of your biggest accomplishments that you ever done? Like something that you're really, really proud of. Besides Lost Boys, is there anything else besides Lost Boys that you're proud of?
I got to be honest with you, man. I'm not trying to stick on this G-Tom Mac, you know, cry little sister thing, but I have a fear of audiences, of being on stage because of something that happened at Knott's Berry Farm, which I sold out years and years and years ago when I was, like, at the peak of my 80s, you know, and we couldn't even do, and it was Hollywood Hamilton at the time from Kiss FM, we just couldn't do it. We couldn't do the question and answer. I had to rip up all these papers. All the girls were throwing like bracelets and whatnot and screaming for about an hour and a half. That was a segment. It was 45 minutes. Fire marshals came in. Since that day, I've had fear of stage, and I just said, you know what, I'm going to just break my fear somehow and do the Viper Room thing, which is very questionable for me to do because of this, like, fear I have, and I'm very, very proud of myself. I went up there, and I accomplished doing this in front of people, actually, but not even question and answering, which makes me a little nervous on stage. It's people watching, singing. I was, like, blown away I actually did this, you know, and it was very comfortable because G's family, Brooke's family, you know, Tony, which is, you know, G's, like, you know, in his band. I mean, that's his bandmate, and, you know, it's just incredible. I felt very comfortable and with my family up there, and I got over this, like, stage thing, you know, which is really great.
Yeah, you pulled it off. You really did.
Thank you, G. Thank you, man. I love you. Thank you.
People had no idea. They went, wow, he's singing, you know.
Yeah, and then I ended up on the djembe drum, you know, and it was just, for some reason, rest in peace. Yeah, my grandpa was a drummer. He's passed away, and maybe I have some of his, like, in me, you know, his, like, talent of drum. I don't know, but we started jamming out, and it just so far, what I've done with G has turned into just, like, a very, very mellow, fun, non-pressured, wonderful, like, rock opera Lost Boys, like, you know, dream come true.
Right. Yeah. Now, I have a question from one of our members at our website, Tiffany Twisted, wanted to know if you ever thought about, like, pursuing to try to get a star on the Walk of Fame.
Me? Yes, absolutely. But it's something that is really, really, you know, to be accomplished. You know, it really, really, really needs to be accomplished, and I have, and I still am, and I never will stop. But, you know, I mean, it's not my number one dream in the world, but of course I would be honored to have people like, you know, wow, you know, just for myself to have a star. Are you kidding me? That's huge, man. That's huge. I know. I hear I can get one for myself for $5,000, but you know, I'm not doing it that way, man. No way. No way. I will pursue, and if it happens, it happens. Sure.
Yeah, that's the way you got to look at it.
Yeah, man. Absolutely. You know, I mean, hey, pretty much. I've been so lucky to have this second chance. Knock wood, and I truly mean that. It's just been a delight.
Now, going back to, like, your childhood age and stuff like that, Cory, I wanted to know, you know, with the two Corys and the show you know, with you and Feldman and everything. Now, I'm watching the show, and I'm like, is this really going down? Is this really happening?
It's going down. It went down, and it's over.
No, wow.
It went down, and it's over, and we really don't, you know, for now we're just trying to avoid questions about Cory, because it's just, I get a bad taste in my mouth, really, although he's, you know, I love the kid. I will forever. I've known him for 25 years. You know, it's like brothers fighting, I guess, after years and years, and, you know, he got married. He's got a beautiful baby. I wish him well.
Right. Now, the other question I have for you, they want to know is, you and G-Tom, are you guys coming to the East Coast at all? In 2008, 2009?
Well, I know we're doing a convention coming up in the new year. We've got like another, believe it or not, horror convention called Horror Hound. That's in Indianapolis. That's not quite the East. That's the Midwest, isn't it? But we're scheduled to do things together in the come the new year. Yeah, I imagine starting around. I think the startup time for a lot of the things that we'll accomplish together in that respects will be sometime around March into the summer into.
Yeah, I think we're doing like a little bit of like this and that, a little touring, a little music, a little meeting, our supporters, and it's beautiful, man.
The one good thing about when having the Lost Boys and Cory and myself all together, it really is, the few times we've done it now, it's been very entertaining and for us, but it's also entertaining for the people that come because you have a good laugh and it's.
And they're involved. I got to be honest with you. I just want to say this. Sorry to interrupt you, G. The first show when I met Gerard, a girl in the audience actually had a seizure. I'll never forget. Her name is Daisy, and then she got wheeled out by the ambulance. Yeah, and then Gerard, Tom had to do it again. And when he did it, everyone wanted to sing "Thou shalt not fall." Everybody wanted to sing the chorus because the little kids are singing it, and it touches everyone's, like a string in everyone's heart that the kids singing that. And, when G-Tom told me about how he put those kids together and then he needed one proper voice. And, I mean, the story was so interesting. That's a whole other, interview. But, I finally got on the mic when he did it again, his encore, the same, Dick, our little sister. And I'm like, I'm singing with the audience in the mic, "Thou shalt not fall." Brooke gets on the djembe drum. It was unexpectedly amazing. Amazing. So people love hearing, especially the chorus of that song. But, I mean, I've never heard a song that has lyrics in it like Blue Masquerade, so on and so forth. It's unbelievable, man.
Now, out of the G-Tom album, the whole thing, now, I know that "Thou Shalt Not Fall." Now, is there any other songs on there that you have on your iPod right now? What do you have in your iPod right now, Cory?
Is that a question for Cory or myself?
Well, go ahead, G, and then I'll answer after.
Go ahead. I think he's the question.
Oh, well, I mean, I have you in my iPod. I have I'm still an 80s kid, so I have, a lot of 80s stuff, but I have, a lot of new stuff, too. I'm getting into a whole, metal kind of a rock and roll vibe lately, which I've never, ever been into. Not ever. But, it's really, 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 it's just very interesting that this music I'm getting into, it's like hard metal, and some of it I'm digging, some of it I'm not, a lot of it's like new 311 or Sublime or Blink 182. I mean, it's just, it's pretty cool for me because I've never really listened to rock and roll. I mean, my parents, when they were, I was growing up, were listening to Off the Wall, Michael Jackson, like Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's my genre. So, for me to start experimenting with this new stuff is unbelievable. So in my iPod, I mean, besides G, I have actually a neighbor of mine who's doing some really great stuff. She's in there, but I mean, I have all these new bands in there. I have the White Stripes. I mean, for people and just obviously I have Peter Gabriel still, and just. You name it, man, I have it. It's there.
You come out to
Cleveland. It's overloaded.
You come out to Cleveland, Cory, and I'll take you to a metal show here in Cleveland. It's a club called Peabody's, and I guarantee that you'll enjoy the concert there.
Oh, cool, man. Cool. Is G performing? I'm there, man. If G's performing, I'm there.
Well, we actually asked G-Tom a question on the show about if he was coming to the East Coast here in Cleveland to perform, and maybe we can work on something together, because I know a lot of clubs up here, and I actually know an owner for all the clubs here in Cleveland. Maybe we can get G-Tom here on the bill or something like that.
Well,
I hope you can get G-Tom out of his schedule, man. G.
We should put the whole show there. It should be fun. I mean, I don't know what we do have an agent that's working on stuff, but I don't know. I haven't seen Cleveland come up yet. I've seen Detroit.
Me neither.
Portland. I've seen all these other towns, but
Indianapolis, all that stuff. Yeah.
We're ready to travel.
We are ready to travel and rock and roll, man, because people are strange, so I'm ready.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, tell me, what's on the horizon for you, Cory? What do you have
well, I got Crank 2 coming out in theaters. I just did an animated show, which I'll be, starring in mostly. It's called The Academy. It's on Strike TV. That premiered last week or 2 weeks ago. It's about where do all the missing children go. It's a really interesting concept, and it's when the writer's strike was on. And, I did this for free because I wanted, to try to just do one of these voices or people who can help with the writer's strike, So we did this, all for free, and this was just for, the writers and animation. We have that going on. And, of course, I have the biggest thing I have going on right now is with G. We have this Lost Boys with this new video. We have all this, all this stuff coming up, and this is this is brand new for me. So this is like the most interesting thing I've ever done.
You guys got the Dracula's Ball coming up on November 1st or something, too?
Well,
I think so.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wanted to have the guys come along on that, but I'm just going to... It's Dracula's Ball at in Philadelphia, and I'm just doing it solo. And,
that's G's.
It should be fun, Got a... it'd be an
I tell you, though, whenever G does something solo, I always ask him if he wouldn't mind, if he remembers, dedicating Cry Little Sister to me.
And I do.
I know, I love you. I know. God bless you.
Thank you.
Now, I have a couple more questions for you, because I know you guys are busy and you guys got a lot of things to do. Now, the thing is, the other question I got for you...
We are, thank
what
God.
Are you talking to you for,
thank God, Chris.
Well, the question... That's
Go on.
That is fun.
Go on,
I like that. All right, listen, I have another question for you. Actually, it's my question. I really want to know.
Sure.
When you did Lost Boys, Corey, the first one, okay?
Yes.
Now, what was one of the most memorable moments doing Lost Boys 1?
Well, in the bathtub for me was actually, and people don't know this, was my first time where I had to wear, like, a skin-colored Speedo. So I cleared the room, and they played Frogman Henry Jones. I sang that song, and it just stuck with everybody, especially me, and it was like, I can't believe I did that. Every time I watch it, I either fast-forward it or I leave the room, but... it's one of those things, that and running up the stairs. My own brother is a da-da-da-da-da vampire. You wait till Mom finds out, buddy. That whole thing, very memorable things. And actually, where Billy Worth, a black-haired vampire, is lifting me up on my face, was my first real special effect. And we had to stand on like a green, sort of like not blue screen, sorry, like a green screen sort of like pillow to get the illusion of flying. And that was my first real special effect thing I had ever done. And it was really, really, it took about 3 hours to do that one shot. It was very interesting.
Now, G-Tom, with the Lost Boys, the same question for you. What was one of your most memorable moments with Lost Boys 1 when you worked with that film?
Well, I got to say, living in New York at the time, and I just read the script the night before, and it was one of those scripts that realizing where horror meets humor. It was just such an incredible, well-written script in accomplishing that. And I remember just, kind of thinking about the script, walking up, I think it's 6th Avenue at the time, and just going up to my studio. And I just started getting this melody in my head, with for the song. And it just all started to come together. And I said, I've got to make something that really gets the grit, or rather the substance of this film, and not, I was trying not to be too serious about it, but I just couldn't help but, vampires are kind of serious people in a way, and they also have a sense of humor about what they are. And and I remember getting to the studio, it was like I was going mad in my head. I got all these melodies going on, and then I got to the studio and I had the Cry Little Sister part, and then all of a sudden, I'm hearing this, this choir, and I'm going, oh, that could be humorous, and I'm thinking that thou shalt not, picking a play on the Ten Commandments and somewhat being biblical about it, and to me that was somewhat funny, but it really wasn't. It really took on made the song even that much darker in retrospect. And but yeah, I think that there's something to happen that quickly, in the course of 2 hours, I guess it was, and then I demoed the song.
Wow.
And then sent it to Joel Schumacher the next day, and he rang me back 3 days later, very early in the morning, for Los Angeles, or rather Santa Cruz, where they were shooting. And
that's right.
It was, I don't know what time it was in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning, and he said, he blasting the demo in the background, just saying, it's the theme to my movie, and how did you know? I'm going, I said, who the hell is this, And then all of a sudden, it dawned on me, how you wake up out of a sleep, and then he was just enamored by it, and I just said, wow, I said, it's the first time I've ever written a song without having to look at a picture, which I had.
Wow. See, Chris, I don't know if you feel like in your arm hairs stand up and you get like, wow. To me, hearing this stuff, which this is the first time I've ever heard that story, G, it like blows me away, man. It's like, wow. Yeah, that's how that happened? It's, wow.
So much the success of something isn't that, it is important to all of us, but, it's really the making of is the most intriguing and the most having the stories in life about how you created something or what went down when you were making a movie or writing a song. Those are the things we take away with us, really.
What makes my hair stand up on my arm is when I interview, really cool guests, and you guys are the greatest, man. And
oh man, thank you.
We're
just living, babe.
When I had G-Tom on the show the first time, it was phenomenal. I loved it, and I loved when he came on the show and everything like that. When I was like, when we were actually striving for you. Okay, so we went ahead and we go, all right, look, we're not going to get any of the, the Corys. Neither one of them are going to come on our show, you know. So then I turn around and say, you know what? What's the next best thing? Let's get G-Tom, because he made the music for the movie. Let's get in contact with his publicist and see if we can get him on the show. Sure enough, a couple days later, my co-host Dom said, hey, we got G-Tom. I'm like, no way, you're serious? He goes, yep, we got him. So then we got him on the phone. We interviewed him. Matter of fact, what happened was that we couldn't get him on one week because we had some phone communication. We're playing phone tag with each other.
Gotcha.
And then the following week we had him on again. We finally had him on. But when we had him on, it was phenomenal. It was great. I loved it. And then when we at the very end, I asked G-Tom. I said, maybe we can get one of the Corys on here in October. Sure enough, G-Tom fulfilled, his end of the deal, and here you are, Cory, you're on the show.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me, and I'll tell you, I got a message from G saying, mate, there's a thing for, this Cleveland show, I really would love appropriately for you to be on with me, and it was just, it's an honor. It's an honor to be on with you, and, for you to have me on your show. Thank you. This is very nice.
The whole concept, when we do our show here in Cleveland, we've been doing this for 2.5 years now, and, we start off with small names, work our way up, and dude, when I found out, when G-Tom said, hey, yeah, we got Haim, I'm like, are you serious?
Yeah, but I'm thinking, hey, you got G-Tom Mac on your show, man. Wow, you're doing well. You're doing very well, my friend.
Well, it was like, it's sort of synergy at its best again, it's sort of everything we're kind of doing together now, and it just sort of seemed the right thing to do, and, you guys were, it was really fun doing the interview with you the last time, so.
That's what you said to me, too, when I confirmed it, and we've been talking about this for the last 3 days, and it's great, man.
Yeah, and Chris, you're not a wanker, so.
Yeah, you're not a wanker, Chris. You're not. You seem like a really cool, down-to-earth guy, and, you told me about what you do, besides the radio, and God bless you, man. You seem like a really nice man. Thank you for having us on your show.
Yeah, like I said, this is my hobby, dude. I love doing what I'm doing right now on internet radio, and it's awesome because, I'm able to, where can you go on the internet and actually, listen to a celebrity interview done all over the internet where, you go to, listen to your terrestrial radio, like FM or Sirius,
sure.
all those different stations, and you don't get the cool guest on, we're getting right now, which we have G-Tom and we have Cory Haim on the show.
Thank you very much, man, for having me. And, I'm sure he's been on, so thanks for having us. It's just wonderful.
And for whatever it's worth, Chris, you get a lot of good reviews yourself. People actually, my publicist was telling me how, you're the man.
And I'll tell you something, too, Chris. G told me about the interview you did have when he was on air with you prior to this, and what a wonderful time I'll have, and how easygoing it is, and just what a ride, what an easy just boom in it. And if he wouldn't have believed that, he wouldn't have told me that. So
Chris,
I can promise
have we stroked you enough now? All right, how much we charge, Cory?
I don't know. Maybe half of a moon, some per deal.
I tell you,
we just like hugs, man. Just give us a hug when we meet,
I can't keep a straight face doing these American interviews. I'm sorry. I got to have a laugh, and I'm restraining every step of the way. But anyway.
Now, this is how cool G is, man. Do you believe it, okay? I'm, freaked out. It's, awesome.
Chris, I'm glad that you can let me take the piss out of you every once in a while, okay?
I love you, G.
You can say
I love you.
Radio.
Yes. Hey. That's the nice thing about internet radio. You can say whatever the hell you want. And you
Absolutely.
That's true. Notice that we didn't say the word fuck once yet.
Not once we didn't say fuck, right?
We didn't have
Not
to.
Once.
Why didn't we say fuck?
I don't know, and it is like swear time, isn't it?
I guess we were raised better than we thought, right?
I hope so.
Now, one last question for you, Cory, before you have to get out of here. The rumor mill is swirling. Okay, about a certain someone in your life.
Yeah, I'm getting married, Tiffany Shepis. and I are May 9th. We're tying the knot. We're under the oath of doing it. We're getting married. That's it.
Congratulations, Cory.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, man.
Hey, look, there's a lot of stuff I've been reading all over the internet about it and stuff, and when I went to our website and they're like, don't take it the wrong way. I mean, these are listeners that are listening to our show and your fans too, and so on and so forth.
Sure.
They were saying, it's a bad mistake. He shouldn't do it. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, it's Cory, dude. It's his life. Let him do what he wants.
Listen, man, I've never been this in love or felt like this ever in my entire life, and I guess it just happened where I feel like I hate to use it like I'm completed and the whole Jerry Maguire thing ruined that, but I do. I feel like I'm completed by this girl. I feel like something has filled my puzzle. The last piece that's missing from my life, I feel like is here now, and I'm really, really madly head over heels in love with this girl, and we're getting married.
Well, that's the thing with me. Like, I've been married now for about 3 years now.
Congrats, man.
And believe it or not, I met my wife on the internet.
Right. I met this girl at a show called Killer. It was just a convention autograph thing. I met her, and I met her 12 years prior to this, doing a movie called Fever Lake, and I don't really remember that, but, I do remember something like that with her, and so we have a history, sort of like met her at an airport 12 years ago, so, she knew me way back in my, weird heyday, but now it's like, I'm 30, almost 7 years old, and, time goes on, people change, and boom, we just clicked. I can't explain it.
Yeah, I look at it this way, man. If you're in love, you're happy with everything that's going on in your life, and there's no problems, just go for it, man. That's all you have to do.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much for your support, man. And you're the first person I've actually told about this. So besides, G and my family and Brooke and, first, interview sort of, I've talked about this. This is great, Chris.
Well, I mean, it's like I said, when I was reading all the comments on different websites and, all over the place, because you got a bunch of fan websites everywhere. And when I was reading some of the comments, they're like, don't do it, Cory, don't do it. We love you. We're big supporters. Don't do it. And I'm like, oh, come on, people, really? Are you serious? Come on.
Well, listen, to all the girls, I'm sorry. To all the guys, I don't know, who like me or whatever, I'm sorry. And to all my fans who are bummed for me, please be happy because I am, and it's a wonderful thing.
And don't stop the love. You can never stop the love.
Exactly.
Not ever. Yeah. Not ever. And I'm getting ultimate support by G, Brooke, everyone I've spoken to, and these are my brothers for the last 24 years, and G's a new brother, but an older, father figure to me, and it's giving me the greatest advice. He's so supportive, and my parents, everybody is so happy about this, so people, please, be happy. I'm happy. Be happy.
Well, I don't know if I'm a father figure, but I'll tell you one thing. You're not going to play People Are Strange at your wedding.
But you will.
Yeah, I will.
Oh, mate, if you would do if you would play my wedding anything, I would be honored, Gerard.
As long as I'm the maid of honor, that's all. Done,
man, done.
No, I realize saying that. Oh, he's gay.
Get video of that. I want to see
gay,
that.
But I have nothing.
He is so not gay. Joe, gosh.
Anyway,
you got a beautiful baby. He's married. Gerard's great.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen. I want to say something.
Tell me.
This interview is really a lot of fun. Anytime I do something with these kind of, and we've done a few already with Cory rather, and it's good. And I hope to God we make Cleveland sooner rather than later.
Absolutely, me too. It's a great idea to go out there. It really is.
I'm really going to try. I'm going to try my hardest. I'm going to get a hold of somebody. Matter of fact, after this interview tonight with you guys, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to call one of the big head honcho that owns all these clubs here in Cleveland, and then I'm going to get him in contact with G's publicist.
Absolutely, that's where to go because he's running the game. I'm just involved in it, man.
Well, I'm not running the game. I got a manager that runs the game, so to speak. But I am, the thing is that after all this time, you do have a sense of your own business about what you do. But I'm, by and large, I'm an artist, and you have people in your life that keep those things together. But I'm pretty excited about the creative factor of turning Cry Little Sister to take it to a next level with this PlayStation game and / movie and what have you.
It still blows my mind. It's unbelievable that that's happening in this whole thing.
The incredible thing is what these guys that do this stuff, they're such amazing artists, and it's just been incredible these last few months. Apple just came to me to do the Nano, to have license my image and the whole Cry Little Sister on the 9. No, this just happened. Literally got signed off on yesterday, which comes out December 5th. So
I didn't know that. Gee, congrats.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I really hadn't.
No, it's okay. You've been really busy, man. So have I. You know, congratulations, man.
I try not to talk about these things until they are a reality. So
I know.
But but getting back to the whole. It's going to be a very intriguing thing to all the fans of Lost Boys and the fans of Cry Little Sister, for that matter, because this particular PlayStation game really isn't anything taking apart of the franchise of Lost Boys at all. I mean, it's really separate unto itself. Although I think the fans will definitely know. Well, it's obviously connected, but
to number one more than two. I mean, I feel it's going to definitely make the fans. Oh, this is Lost Boys again. Like it's more, I've had a lot of people coming out to me, Chris, to be honest with you, going, why did you make a Lost Boys 2? I'm like, I didn't. Warner Brothers did. Like, it's not me.
Right.
I just was lucky enough to be in the thing, but unfortunately it came out the way it did, but not unfortunately. I mean, it's a movie, man,
Right, yeah.
It's a movie. That's all.
Yeah, I look at it this way. Later on down the road, maybe Joel will turn around and say, you know what? Let's do 3.
Things might be in the works,
Yeah, you never know, though.
Yeah, never know.
But, you guys, it's been great having you on the show, though.
Thank you so much for having myself, and I've had Gerard before on the show, so, thank you for having me this time out, man. I appreciate it. Gerard, thank you for having me as well.
You guys are welcome. You guys are welcome on the show. You guys are welcome on the show anytime you want.
Well, thank you, Chris.
Call in anytime. We do our show every Friday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you guys want to check these guys out, they're going to be at the Virgin Mega Store in Hollywood, October 30th, which
would be yesterday.
Yeah, because we're going to air this, But anyways, it's going to be October 30th, 7 p.m.
And go on.
6801 Hollywood Boulevard, Suite 105 in Hollywood, California. So if you guys want to go check G-Tom Mac out and Cory Haim, the information is on our website, morningshowcentral.com. We have a map to the location and everything.
It's on my site, too, coryhaim.us. That's my official. I'm sure it's on G's. It's everywhere. Yeah, it's everywhere.
So, also to mention, if those in the Philly area, please come out and see Dracula's Ball. I'm pretty sure it's somewhat sold out, but you never know.
Yeah,
it is. From what I've heard, G, you sold that thing out in 3 hours. Yeah, I mean, so everybody in Philly, please go see G. It's going to be off of the hook.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen. Also, Chris.
Yes.
Thank you for playing my "Thou Shalt Not Fall" album. Thank you so much,
dude. I just don't play that song. I got your whole damn catalog on my station. So
wow.
Yeah, I play the whole thing.
You're a fan as well, man. Love you.
Of course.
God bless you. Chris, thank you for having me on your show as well. I appreciate it, man.
Not a problem. All right, guys, if you guys want to check out Cory Haim and G-Tom Mac, head over to our website, morningshowcentral.com. I want to thank the guys for coming on the show. You guys have been awesome.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
And like I said, maybe later on down the road, me and Cory were discussing something in the works. Maybe we can do like a video type thing.
Absolutely. I'll be doing that. We talked about that live webcam thing, man. We will be doing that within 2 weeks, yeah?
Yeah. And then you guys...
All right. Let's shoot for that.
Yeah. The stick...
Right on, man.
Stick
all right. Well, gee, I know you got to go warm up your voice, man, and just get off the phone and start, honeying it and stuff. So,
I think I just warmed it up by doing this interview.
Awesome, man. Awesome. And I'm warmed up, too, so everything's all right. Getting off my bronchitis, which is still here. But, hey, man, I'm loving it. I'm so happy I did this interview today, Chris. You have no idea.
Not a problem,
I mean that, man. Thank you. And, Gerard, I love you.
And you, mate. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, mate. I'll talk to you soon. Guys, I will talk to you both soon.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Bye, guys.
All right, bye.
This is the best of uncensored net noise on morningshowcentral.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Joe Howard from the Nelson and Joe Hour. So I'm hosting this week the best of Uncensored Net Noise. Just recently, the guys got to interview Travis Meeks from Days of Anew, and he's such a Looney Tunes shitbag retard that he was actually on the show Intervention. He must be a mess. He's bipolar, and everything he talks about is colors and trees. What a weirdo. Listen to this dude. Check him out.
All right, we got Travis Meeks on the line right now. What's going on, Travis?
Hey, man. How are you?
We're doing good, man. How are you doing?
This is amazing, man. We've been trying to do this for 3 weeks, and we finally have delivered.
Yeah, we finally got everything together, and it's great to have you on the show, dude.
Thank you. I'm glad and honored to be on your show.
Now, I got a couple. I'm going to start off with a couple questions I got for you real quick before we.
Yeah, me too. You shoot first.
All right, a few questions I got for you. What's going on with Days of Anew right now? I mean, you got a lot of stuff in the works I've been hearing, and what's going on?
Well, I've been touring for 2 years. I've had to kind of, in so many words, I guess, make amends and redeem myself for a lot of my behaviors in the past. From shows and tours that had been canceled. Not all my fault, but, you know, all the fingers have been pointed towards me. The Days of the New career from 96 to, I guess, about 2002 was dramatic because I was surrounded by people who, for one, did not realize that I was autistic. And when you're dealing with autism, you're dealing with a specific focus. And my specific focus was the tree, the colors, the world that the music takes you to, instrumentation, philosophy, God, consciousness, spirituality, everything that has to do with something that's just magical. And my soul is completely devoted to that, and if someone was to ask me to become a warrior to fight for that, like by God's side or consciousness, I'm trying to use words that doesn't offend people because God seems to be like a cuss word today because of the abuse of hypocrisy with Christianity and other religions. But our consciousness, the universe, the Force, Star Wars, you use that as an example. I would die for what I believe in. And that's the kind of artist that you're dealing with. And that's a rare thing today. You know, I have no means to make hits. I have no means to impress anyone. I love you, but I don't care what you think about me. Although from time to time, I do have my insecurities, and I do want you to like me. But not everybody's going to like me, and not everybody's going to understand me, especially with autism, because I seem to a lot of people to be standoffish. And when I'm in environments that that give me panic attacks, I freeze and I rage, and this has been going on since I was 8 years old. But what's going on with Days of the New right now is I'm working on my 4th release. And I'm working and in the process of starting a record label called Days of the New Productions. I will be representing myself still as Days of the New, but as Days of the New presents Tree Colors. Tree Colors is the new project under the record company Days of the New. Days of the New is the record company that will still be on the album cover. This has never been done before, so it may be hard to understand. Led Zeppelin should have did it years ago, or maybe the Beatles should have did it. But this is my way of owning my music and doing what I love and having no one tell me how to express myself. And that's what makes me angry, is that when I see too many people who become clones and who give away their love and heart to conformity and lies, I refuse to do so. That is the person that you were talking to on the phone today.
Now, let me ask you a little bit of another little question here, though. I mean, that was one of my questions. I wanted to find out a little bit about why you named your albums, after colors and stuff like that. And that's one of the questions. You already answered it for me, though. But can you go into it a little bit deeper and tell our listening audience why you went about that? I mean, why did you go for colors instead of something different?
Well, the best way I can describe it is I associate colors with sound. I see what I write. This has been described in history as true composers and true, like heartfelt composers that like this magic just comes out of them. They're just like musically like crazy. They see what they write. It's kind of like writing music to a movie. But I refuse to become a Danny Elfman because I believe that the best musicians are scared to face, you know, the masses, and we are being starved of good music. Although we do have a race of rebellion who, even if they hear good music and it touches them, they're going to turn it off because they're afraid to feel good, and they hang on to this hatred. And I understand that because I'm a big Pantera fan. I used to be the biggest old Metallica fan. Prong, Sepultura, I still respect them all. I was the biggest metal hater in the world. And anything that like may have been, like I hated the grunge scene. I could not stand the grunge scene. That may surprise you because some people consider Days of the New grunge. No, Days of the New is acoustical madness. Days of the New was the best guitar band out of all of the grunge scene. You will not get that picking anywhere. Now, we can change the language and say, okay, let's not look at it like best. Let's just look at it as like, you know, melody and notation and complexity. Days of the New was the most complex out of any Alice in Chains, Nirvana, Soundgarden, Stone Temple Pilots, Candlebox, you name it. Creed. Days of the New with just the acoustic guitar, the picking alone. And that's what continues to grow. Now, my voice has changed. You know, when I was 16 years old, you know, I was, let it go. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just singing. I was expressing what I felt. A lot of the album was written about my tragedies of the system of being in special education, being misdiagnosed, running from the police all the time. I was banned from Indiana, almost went to boys' school, had a child that was taken away from me. That record was real, and that record blew up. And I was trying to bring, you know, a lot of people along with me because, you know, I was a scared, fragile kid, you know, who wasn't as animated as I am today. I'm expressive, and I'm very willing to whip my penis out if that'll do the world justice, you know.
Travis, I was reading an article in Rolling Stones magazine.
I don't think it'll do the world justice, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Travis.
What I'm saying is I'm not afraid to be naked. I'm not afraid to carry the cross.
Yeah.
You know, I've reached a place of humility that from my experiences as from a child through my career of being signed at 16, of playing the music that I've played, of the influences that I've been influenced by, from Danny Elfman to Basil Palladouris, composer of Conan the Barbarian, the soundtracks, Philip Glass, Dead Can Dance, The Doors, you know, a lot of the, you know, carnival, orchestrated, open-minded, non-genre music, you know, that doesn't get you in a clique where you don't find the goth people sitting in one corner and the emo in one corner and the heavy metal people in one corner and then, you know, the rock fans in another corner. You know, that shit makes me sick.
Well, I was reading an article here in the Rolling Stones back in 1998. The headline says Travis Meeks turns Days of the New into a soap opera. And I was wondering what your take on that is.
Well, let me ask you your opinion. What is a soap opera?
Well, a soap opera is just like a drawn-out thing with, you know, bases, you know, where there's always bickering and fighting, or there's the same old thing over and over and over again. That it's a never-ending story, basically, with no point to it. That's what a soap opera is.
Well, my take on that is that they don't know that I have Asperger's syndrome and that I'm eccentric and that the only thing that I'm good at doing, I couldn't work a regular job, not because I'm a rock star, and I don't like being called a rock star. I'd actually take offense to that. If you call me a rock star, I'll probably disengage a conversation with you. I think the rock star is extinct. I think that rock stars are fake. I think that they're just out to get attention because mommy and daddy didn't give it to them right. That's not the case with me. But to answer your question, I am eccentric, and the people that surrounded me did not appreciate nor understand that or respect that. And when you disrespect someone, what happens?
You basically get your feelings hurt. It's basically what's going to happen to you.
What happens is you get drama. When you have misunderstanding, you know, I worked with people and record labels that had ideas and goals in mind. Days of the New had the capacity to be as large as Creed. You know, we had 3 #1 hit singles that hit fast. We had the capacity to be as large as Creed. I did not want that. But I will tell you, I'm not afraid of success. I have a career today. I still own my art. I have people who cry to me, who tell me that if it wasn't for my music, they couldn't have spiritually grown.
Oh, that's some of the comments we have here.
Scott Stapp is sitting in his mother's basement with billions or millions of dollars with doing nothing. I have something inside of me that I own. Okay, I held on to my integrity. And no one in the world could ever understand that. Through my drug addictions, I mean, through the pain, everything that I've been through, I'm not a victim to the way I feel. I make my choices, you know, but my heart does come first, and my brain processes that information, you know. And sometimes, you know, sometimes I make mistakes. Sometimes I do things that I wouldn't think I would do, you know. I got pulled over the other day by a police officer, and I was so surprised that I was so cool with him. Because usually when I get pulled over by a police officer, I'm like, I get so panicky and aggravated because I've been abused by the police my entire life. I've been beaten down, hog-tied, and thrown in jail, and then someone will come in and go, you're dealing with a mental patient. This guy doesn't belong in jail. He belongs in a mental institution. And then I would get sent to a mental institution. You know, I've been dealing with that my whole life. Right. You know, and that's just the way it is. You know, I see things differently. I'm not a conformist. You know, you can call me a liberist. I don't care. I mean, whatever. I'm an expressionist. I am. I mean, that's what Jesus said. You know, I'm not into Jesus Christ because of Christianity. I mean, to Jesus Christ because of the fact that he said, you know what? Kill me, but you ain't going to stop me from loving. And I love that factor. And before he existed and walked the planet, nobody knew nothing of that. Nobody ever had known anything that nobody knew that kind of sacrifice, that someone would take that kind of abuse no matter what. He made that choice. And I'm not a Christian. I can't stand Christians.
Why is that, Travis?
I'm not racial either. But I just can't stand the hypocrisy in Christians. Now, I'm not saying there's not good Christians, but I'm not a religious person, and I believe that spirituality has left religion. I believe it's now in the people's hands. And I believe that's where we're at now in the year 2000 and the days, and facing a black man being a president. And we're in some very controversial times. And a lot of the things I'm saying is controversial. And I guarantee you, and I promise you, you're going to hear a lot more from it. And if I get shot over it, I don't care.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that's what you're dealing with. I mean, that's the kind of person, you know, I'm controversial. Some people might not want to talk to me, you know.
Well, we decided we wanted to talk to you, Travis. We wanted to find out a little bit more about you. But we have a comment that was posted up on our website, and I think it's a pretty good comment. Augie, what is it?
Yeah, Travis, what's up, dude? This is Augie. I'm going to step away from the assassination for a second. This one comes from Kyle Corsair in the chat room. He says his question regards the upcoming album. In Purple, will you be continuing to explore the worldly sound of your Green album? Although I love all of your albums, I definitely find Green to be the most inspiring. I'm a musician myself, and this album changed the way that I hear and write music. I listen to it every day. Thanks, and good luck.
I will say this. What I got from what you're saying, the Green album. The Green album, yes, that was a place in my life where I expressed myself to the fullest. I took, you know, I didn't allow anybody to interrupt my flow with the force of nature and the universe. The next record that you will hear will be by far the most classical, theatrical, poetic, philosophical, controversial, World War III, Battle of Self-based, multi-instrumental, very Euro street band, operatic. It is a concept album. It's like I'll write like 3 songs and they're all one song, but I'll ID them in 3 different songs. It is a continuum, but the sound is much like the best way I can describe it is Nightmare Before Christmas.
Wow.
You know, it's very dark. It's, you know, it's love, oh, no, no, da, 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 ba, da, da, da. You know, it's very strong and dark, yet it has some of the Middle Eastern and Celtic influences in it, but they're not as used as much as the minor classical approach with cello, hammered dulcimer. I'm also using koto. The acoustic guitar sound is the fattest that it has ever been on any record. It is better by far than the first record. The first record sounds like it's pingy. This record is like chunky. It's like it replaces the bass. I've actually had to find out how to change the bass tone to where you can actually hear the bass. And I found out that I know you might not understand this, but I've had to change the bass instruments to complement the acoustic because it's so bassy and it's so loud. The acoustic guitar is so much in your face, and it's so composition. You can hear every single note.
That's awesome.
What type of acoustic?
The vocals are very choir-like, very... I guess you could say it's kind of, if you was to compare it to any mainstream act, System of the Down, but it's 10 times more System of the Down than System of the Down. I think System of the Down plays with elements of what I'm doing. What I'm doing is writing a movie soundtrack to a movie that doesn't exist.
What kind of movie is this, though, Travis? So what are you going to be doing?
It's a movie of the mind.
It's called Days of the New Presents Tree Colors, and you can imagine whatever you want. Imagine this, Dark Side of the Moon. It's like a movie. You listen to the entire record, you go into the movie. That's the kind of record that I'm writing.
That's awesome.
That's the kind of music I make. That's the kind of autism that I own. I believe what I write to society is delusional.
I have a quick question here. You're talking about your acoustic and the type of sounds you get off it. What type of acoustic guitars are you currently using to get that deep sound?
I use Taylor guitars exclusively.
Okay. And I have another question for you, too. Tell me a little bit about your first band that you were in, Dead Reckoning. What was that all about, though? It's a little bit like Pantera and everything?
Dead Reckoning was my attempt to express my rage and anger as... I was going. It was like the direction of where metal is today. You know, I was just going to be another Philip Anselmo clone. You know, but what happened was about 15, and through all this trauma, and the Doors movie came out, Natural Born Killers came out, the grunge scene made its strong impact. Bill Clinton made a strong impact. The changes and what was going on at the time, I became connected to a force of energy that brought me to the acoustic guitar. And I started writing on the acoustic guitar the way I write. And that had nothing to do with Dead Reckoning. All of a sudden, Days of the New started developing itself, almost like I had no ownership over it, almost like it was an out-of-body experience. And I started writing from the acoustic guitar, the first record, and believe it or not, I tried to get people to understand it, and nobody would get it. I played coffee shop gigs by myself. I did many things. I tried to get the old band members interested in it. They made fun of me. I mean, I got persecuted a lot, but it was normal. I got beat down a lot, literally and emotionally for just being different. I was invited to do a showcase for some people who had access to the music industry.
Okay.
And there was like 20 acts, and I was one of the acts that was that the scouts were ready to sign immediately as soon as they heard me. But I was afraid to do it by myself, but I was asked to do it by myself. But I asked the Dead Reckoning guys to do it with me, so we played like 2 heavy metal songs, and then I played Freak, which is off the first record, and I played this other song called The Character's a Threat, which you can't get unless you get the live VHS version, which is discontinued. You can't buy in stores. You could probably get it online on eBay or something. But the story is I had to drag along my band to participate. I had to crack the whip. I had to drag along everybody this direction. And once it came to a point when people connected and we were, 2 million records, it got to the point where the band that I dragged along and the people that I tried to get involved, it was like, dude, they were like, dude, we can't take it no more. You're making all the money. You write everything. You do all the work. We're just hired hands, but everybody in the world thinks we're gods,
Yeah. Travis, real quick, I have one other question for you. Was it hard, like going back down, going down your darker path of your life and stuff like that? Was it hard for you to combat your drug addiction when, was it hard to, stay clean for all those months and years and stuff like that?
That is a difficult question to answer. All I can say is I got up one day and I got clean. And I stayed clean for 2 years. And then I was reevaluated by a moment of abandonment with my mother, which I have a good relationship with today, but she didn't raise me. I was abandoned at 2. I don't want any empathy for it. It's just my story. She left me at 2 with my father's grandmother, which my father was an alcoholic. He was also a rock and roll singer. But I was staying with her at the time because we were playing East Coast dates, and I went out and I tried to use amphetamines again, and I quickly discovered that it scared the piss out of me, and I ended up on a 3-day run going to the emergency room 3 days in a row, and like calling 911, going to the emergency room, just scared to death. I couldn't get high. And that was 7 months ago. I tried to get high due to the pain of and I couldn't get high. And that lesson that I learned was amazing. And here's something else that's ironic. My clean date is now 9/11.
Oh, wow, that's great. That's great, man. That's great. No.
The irony. I do suffer from panic disorder and panic attacks. I'm dealing with therapy and other things right now. I have these moments where this fight or flight kicks in, and I actually think that I'm dying. And that's some of the pain that I'm going through right now. And I'm investing that into my music. I don't know where it comes from. A lot of it has to do with the pressures of society. But I really hyperventilate and almost pass out, and I end up in emergency rooms. And I'm dealing with that right now, but I'm not getting high over it. That's the last thing I'm going to do is put something that's going to speed my heart up and make me think I'm going to die even more than I already think I am. But that's what's going on in my life now. I'm going through some spiritual changes, and I've made up my mind that if I can't, and if the force of nature does not allow or does not reckon with me to allow me to express myself artistically in the world, then I'll just join a monastery and give myself, to the force, full force. I mean, my hope and dream has always been to give to you what's inside of me, this perspective that you don't see, that no one else sees, that only I can see. That's what makes me me and you. But if I can't accomplish that, and if I receive some message in the universe, then I would choose to join a monastery and give my soul to the universe that way.
Hey, Travis, Tantric has gone on to make a pretty good name for themselves, you know, within the past 7 years or so. Do you have any grudge or ill will against those guys whatsoever, or any contact with them?
Actually, I talked to Jesse Vest, who is the prior bass player, who I consider the threshold of Tantric. He no longer will play music. He won't get in the music industry no more. We actually tried to get back together and jam again, but they didn't ever grow artistically. They just kind of stayed in this, I don't know, they kind of stayed like a rock format band who never, like, they never grew spiritually within their art. And I felt like I was 80 years old and they were 16. So we tried to do it again, but nothing was ever there. Nothing was ever there in the first place. That's what I'm trying to tell you is
Right.
that I have no ill will towards Tantric because my bio that I've released tells the true story. They have full respect for me today because they realized that the music that I made and everything that I did, I earned because they got to experience their own success. You know, it's almost like they stole from me, and they know that. They lied and said that I fired them, and they used that to build their success. And they highly respect me today. And because of the abuse they experienced from Hugo Fiera, who has no talent at all. The only talent he has is being a car salesman.
Wow.
And but he's about sold out. You know, he's about worn people out. You know.
Hey, Travis, let me ask you this.
What I've come to understand. I mean, that's what I hear, but you know, that's just what I hear from the Todd Whitener. I just talked to him the other day. I'm trying to get his band to open up for me this summer. Todd Whitener, the old guitar player from Tantric and Days of the New, which did not write anything for Days of the New. He just, I taught him how to play the acoustic guitar. He was a hired hand.
Yeah. Travis, let me ask you this real quick, though. As you were on the A&E hit show on Intervention, though, I mean, was it hard to put your life out there like an open book for everybody to see, or how was that?
That was the hardest thing I've ever done in my entire life.
No.
But I tell you what, I would not be alive if it wasn't for that. And I'm not talking about the treatment center. You know, I've been in the system my whole life. I can't tell you how much Thorazine has been pumped through my blood. I cannot tell you how much lithium and Prozac I've taken. How many times I've been to treatment centers and this and that. The fact that I exposed myself in front of 100 million people gave me the liberty to not care what you think or what anybody thinks in this world. That I am myself, and I will continue to be me, and I will continue to express myself no matter what anyone thinks. And if you don't like it, then you can express your opinion, and I don't have to like your opinion either. But I will express myself regardless, and it has given me the liberty and the humility to be who I am. That is the person you're talking to on the phone.
That's awesome, Travis. Let me ask you this last question here that I got for you. What was one of the craziest times on stage? Like, something crazy that happened, like some groupie or something. What was one of the craziest times doing a performance?
Oh man, there's so many misunderstandings. I was so misunderstood. Everything was crazy. I mean, in Wisconsin, I was live on radio in front of 10,000 people, and this dude was like yelling Tantric, and I was an open wound at that time, and I was really hurt by how the media was, trying to point, fingers at me. But what comes around goes around. My career is doing really good today. I'm getting paid really good. My art's coming along, and I couldn't ask for any more. My career is better today than it was yesterday. I wouldn't trade my career today for 2 million records yesterday any day. But I will tell you this. I jumped off the stage and threatened to fight the guy. I said, tell everybody in the crowd what you just said. And he said, Tantric. And I jumped off the stage, and I put the mic in front of his face, and he yelled it, and he about got killed by other fans. But I cussed and stuff, and it was on live radio in Milwaukee, and that's just one of the things I did. I mean, many times. I mean, I have walked off stage, busted guitars. I mean, I've just been a raging maniac. But let me tell you something. All you heavy metal fans out there, if you're going to sing heavy metal and you're going to sing about anger, be angry! Don't fake it! If you're going to be angry, then bite something! Don't get out there and just play a bunch of bull crap! This is anger! Do you understand what I'm saying? The heavy metal stuff, that's just a bunch of bull crap! I'm a heavy metal fan. I love Slayer. I love Tom Mariah. He says it how it is. Now, religion and torture. He knows what's going on, this hypocrisy, I mean, there's people out there who are spreading the message. But I know anger. And all this heavy metal bull crap, they don't know anger. This is anger. And this is anger controlled.
I got a question for you, Travis. You alluded to the Doors a couple times since we've been talking to you. And back in 2000, you actually got to work with the Doors and do a couple songs on Stoned Immaculate. What was that experience like for you?
That was actually a revelation. The song, The End, when I was 11 years old, was the song that gave birth to my soul. I sit many times, hundreds of times, with that song crying, understanding everything that Jim Morrison was singing about, and I understood his pain and understood what he was talking about, and that's the song that gave birth to me. That is the song that made me want to come out here and play music and give back, and give it. The fact that I was given an opportunity is like a message from God. You don't even understand. The end is what made me. The end is what made Days of the New. The end is what made Travis Meeks. The song The End is by far the epic of my life, and I got the opportunity and the honor to perform that with the Doors live and record that with the Doors. I can do it much better today because my voice is much more growlier and hey, but I was 20 years old when I got to do it then, but it was one of the most amazing, magical things ever, and I tell you what, those guys are magical. They're still in touch. They're still in tune. There's not musicians like that no more. Musicians like that are dying. But, Robbie Krieger is amazing. Ray Manzarek. Oh, my God, those guys are so beautiful. They're so beautiful. I cannot tell you how beautiful they are. They're real. They're real people. Real people still exist. I mean, real people who are connected, who don't shut themselves off because they're afraid of sexuality and shame or what other people think about them, oh, I got to go to school and conform or this or that or da-da-da-da-da, These people are themselves. The Doors are the Doors. They're real people.
Travis, I have a question from our chat room. Really, really quick though. They want to know your political views on like Obama and Clinton and all those guys. I mean, do you have any political views about the two candidates that are running right now?
Well, it looks like Hillary's getting looks like Hillary's getting pushed back a little bit. You know, just I think it looks like people are. It looks like people in the Negro race, the black race, are really participating, and it looks like that America's really wanting some change. Now, what I've seen in Obama and what I've watched in Obama, he has an attitude. I mean, he's more angrier than Hillary. I will say that. You know, when I watch the debates, he's got. I could see it in his eyes. You know, he has some passion. I'm not sure. I mean, that guy might get it. He might get it. But I will tell you this. If a black man does get presidency in this country, there will be extreme change. Because there is a lot of racial people that I know that, you know, that will say, you know, racial statements just like they're like, I'm trying to avoid, there's a lot of racism. And I think that it's going to cause a lot of change. If a black man gets president in this country, it will cause extreme change. If a woman gets presidency in this country, it will cause extreme change. I think it might cause a little bit of, what do you call it, chauvinist,
yes.
What is it, between man and woman?
Chauvinistic pig. Yeah, I'm here, Travis.
Might make some, men a little jealous, but I think I could imagine, a population of the white race being scared and intimidated because for the past 200 years we've had white presidents, white male presidents, and this is a change. And I know it's like a small thing. So what? It's the color of the skin, but little things like that. We make mountains out of molehills, and little things like that will cause change. I mean, we're already having food riots right now. There's a lot of stuff going on in our country. I'm ready for it. Bring it on. Black president, woman president, I don't care if it's... bring it on. I'm ready for some change. I'm ready for whatever happens. I'm prepared. I don't know what's going to happen, but I know it's happening because I can feel it. I can feel it happening, and I've been feeling it happening. You can call me delusional. I don't know what you can call me, whatever you like. Like Eminem said, I am what you say I am. I'm a dick. I'm an asshole. I'm whatever you want to. I'm everything, but I'm also a nice guy. I'm also expressive. I'm honest. I'm giving, and I'm a lot of things. But
Travis,
I am ready
Travis,
for some change because the world is just. I can feel it right now. It's just just what's going on right now, and I'm just ready. I'm so ready. I can't wait. I can't wait till November. That's about the time my record's going to be released. Is about the time we elect our president, which is ironic.
Right.
I'm looking forward to something different because I'm tired of the way things are going. I'm tired of turning on the television once a week, hearing about a kid. Actually, I don't know if I'm tired of it. It's just once a week is a statistic of a hostage or a shooting situation in a school. That's the statistics now. That's the statistics. People are tired of conformity. We need change. We want change. We want something different.
Well,
we want to
Travis.
feel. We do not want to be suppressed no more.
Right. Hey, Travis, and now out of all those candidates, you got McCain, you got Obama, and Clinton. Which one are you going to go for, if I can ask?
That I will not express. That I will keep in anonymity.
Can I ask why, though? I mean, I'm going for Hillary Clinton. I like to see Hillary get in there.
Again, I will not express.
Okay. All right, well, that's cool. I mean, we have a couple more questions for you, and go ahead, Augie. What do you got?
One last thing for me. I was just wondering, I think when Velvet Revolver was looking for a singer, they came to you or something like that, and, or did you go to them? What happened with that situation?
Well, they hired me over the phone, and I said, look, I'm not the guy for the gig. They said, look, your voice is so amazing. They sent me these tracks, right? I sing over them in the studio, and I'm using my high register, and I'm using my low register, and I had the capacity and similarities of range and attitude like Axl. And they really dug that. When they met me in person, I weighed 90 pounds. I was bald. My body was completely shaved. And I was with a authentic Israeli Jew who was an engineer at my studio. And they took one look at me and fired me, at that point. We ended up doing the audition, but I knew once they seen me, because they're all like, let's see, I'm 5'8". They're all like, 6'5" and 6'3". They're all really tall, and I'm 5'8". They took one look at me, and I knew that, I told them that I wasn't the guy, but, they said, no, you're the guy, and I canceled the plane ticket, and they said, why didn't you come? I said, dude, because I know in my heart I'm not the guy, I'm not a rock star. You guys are rock. I'm an artist. It's different. This is personal. You are you're actors. I'm a writer. You're actors. You go act. Go find another actor. And they did. They found a Scott Weiland, and they ended up firing him.
Wow.
But anyways, that's what happened. Is
awesome.
I went ahead. They said, "Come on, you're the guy. We know you're the guy." Da 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 da. Feed me that L.A. bullcrap. Yeah. So I flew out there, and then they took one look at me, and I could just tell. And it was just like I knew that. I was like, "I told you." They took one look at me, which whatever. Which I didn't want the gig anyways. That's not my forte. I don't like Slash's guitar playing. It makes me ill. But what I loved about Guns N' Roses is I get up around 7, get out of bed around 9, but I don't worry about nothing, no, because I'm worrying to waste of my time. That's what I liked about Guns N' Roses. I like that attitude.
Mr. Brown's
I wasn't into Use Your Illusion 1 and 2, man. Yeah. I liked Lies, 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 and Appetite. I just wasn't really into Use Your Illusion 1 and 2. I think he lost his attitude. I mean, I don't know. Maybe getting the ring, he had it a little bit, but I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not, I don't know. I'm not into Guns N' Roses. Not into them. I'm into world music. I'm into soundtracks. I told you I'm into Deck and Dance. I'm into the music that created music. I'm into Kotos. I'm into Japanese music. I'm into Celtic music. I'm into Aborigine music. Middle Eastern music, all forms of Middle Eastern music, classical music. I do love metal, but I will say that Slayer has the throne. Slayer are the kings. They have outlasted everybody, and they have upheld their integrity. Definitely. And their sound has gotten better, and their songs have gotten better.
Oh, the new one is I think one of their best ones they've ever put out. They definitely bring it together. The Cult, man. That record,
oh my God,
badass.
The sound of that record,
it's so full.
It blows me away, man. I'm just like, I feel it. And they're like 50 years old.
Yep.
And
they're still throwing it down out there, still doing the Rain and Blood and doing all the good stuff.
That's awesome.
I love those guys, man. They have my full respect and with all my heart.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even if like one was an asshole to me, I don't care.
Yeah.
I still have respect them, man. I love those guys. Like I met Dave Mustaine. People always told me he was an asshole. He was actually cool to me.
Yeah.
And everybody that I've ever met who's met Dave Mustaine, the day I met Dave Mustaine, I knocked on his bus door, and I said I wanted to meet him. I was in Days Inn. I come in, and we talked for a little bit, and he was really nice to me.
Mm-hmm.
Just another guy in pain, man.
That's awesome.
As artists, we do feel pain, I mean, I think Mustaine's the real deal. I think, he's had to try to uphold some kind of like, I don't know, I think he's gotten lost in trying to figure out what he's going to do artistically, just like Axl Rose, and he's kind of become a classic band. I will not and refuse to become a classic band. I will not become a classic band. I will continue to grow and break my mold for all costs.
That's awesome, Travis.
I don't care if I end up in a mental institution. At all costs, I will not end up being called a classic rock grunge band. What I'm doing now is far from Tool and System of the Down. It's organic instruments with dulcimers and choir and la da 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 da. Dum 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 la da 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 da.
Travis,
it's powerful. It's beautiful. It's melodic, and it's the most conceptual stuff I've ever done. And my personality is just, I mean, you can hear it in my voice. I'm very expressive. As to where years ago I was really scared to do interviews, but I mean, you get to the point where you get beaten up so much, where it's like, shoot me again, I ain't dead yet. There you go, Metallica's new record. Come on, shoot me again, I ain't dead yet. I love that record. I don't care what people say about the snare. I love that record. So, you know.
That's awesome. Travis,
you can count me in on that one. His lyrics, his attitude, you know. I am a Saint Anger fan because I love old Metallica, and I know that James Hetfield was trying to get clean during that time, and I understand his lyrics.
I think you're one of the few fans
with
of
that record, you know. Anyways.
Yeah, that's awesome, though. Travis, man, it's been great having you on the show, man. And if they want to get a hold of you, how would they get a hold of you, Travis? You know, what's your websites and all that?
We have myspace.com/Days of the New. We have myspace.com/Tree Colors, TreeCollors. And we have myspace.com/Travis Meeker, Meeker. And then we have daysofthenew.com, which will soon be down for a little bit because we're getting ready to reformat it into a new server, and it's going to be in 3D.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
It will be awesome.
I got one thing real quick. I just want to compliment you for keeping true to your spirit and keeping true to your music, because it's very seldom you ever find any musicians that are doing that, especially these days. And I just want to compliment you on that.
Well, I appreciate that, and I know that you mean that, or you wouldn't say it.
That's definitely true.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Travis, it's been great, man. We'll get a hold of you sometime in the future and have you back on the show. Like I said,
love you much, man. It's been great.
All right, thank you, Travis.
Bye.
All right, there we go. There's Travis Meeks.
You didn't get a promo ID.
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
Uncensored Net Noise, you're on the air live. What's up?
Hey, tell Dom to do that song again. That shit was fun.
Or the Travis Meeks song? The Travis Meeks.
The guitar and do the whole song.
Do it over again?
Yeah.
Grab the guitar down. Do it right here when Chewy's on the line.
Now you're about to let me go. I won't let it show. Won't you touch me, touch me? I won't let it show. But I finally found a reason. Now I made up my skew. I got the time on my hands while blue blind you wanted through. Now you're about to let me go. I won't let it show. Won't you touch me, touch me? I won't let it go.
The anger. Use the anger.
You're going to use the anger.
Now you won't let me go. I won't let it show. Won't you touch me, touch me?
Get up on the mic. Get up on the mic. Do it. Oh, hold the mic for him, Jess. Get up and do your intern job. Come on, get up. Hold that mic for him. Come on, get up there.
I won't let it show.
Yeah, take it out. Yeah. Go ahead. Now do the anger now.
Tommy, won't you let me go? I won't let it show. Won't you touch me, I won't let it go.
All right, now mellow. Now mellow and loving life.
Yeah, loving life now. Do it mellow.
And the trees and the colors.
Yeah.
Now I finally found my reason. Now I made my excuse. I've got this time on my hands. Blah, blue, blah, blue, blue.
Axl Rose it.
Axl Rose it now. Come on. Come on, Axl Rose it.
Tommy, won't you let me go? I won't let it show. Won't you touch me, I won't let it go.
This is the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
Hey guys, it's Joe Howard once again back with you, hosting the best of Uncensored Net Noise right here. This next clip I'm about to play is the guys did a news story about a viral video. Viral videos are all the rage nowadays, and this young black youth decided he thought it would be a good idea to threaten the president, George Bush, which I'm sure we've all done, but you got to do it under your breath because they're Secret Service. So this kid threatened George Bush and put it up on YouTube. So this is a story the guys did, and they played the clip and everything, so check it out.
Hey, did you guys hear about that crazy fucking kid that, what the hell, he threatened to kill the president or something like that?
Yeah, I did that. He's a little black kid, right?
Yeah, a little black kid. He's on YouTube. We have it up on our website, too. If you go to our website, morningshowcentral.com, in the video of the day section of the website, there's a video there that you can check it out, though. But we have the audio here. We'll do this one up. I want you guys to listen to this and tell me what you guys think. Hit it up.
Listening Americans, one of your presidents will die. I'm not bullshitting right now. I am serious. I am a kid who's going to blow my brains off if we don't get this guy off the office. I'm talking about George W. Bush.
All right, now listen. This kid is, what, 9 years old?
I think he's like 8 or 9, yeah.
And he's going to blow George W. Bush's brains out.
He's not the kid to mess with. You heard him.
He must be the OG or something.
He is.
He's little G.
That's some gangster shit right there.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to some more of the shit he's got.
I'm not bullshitting with you, America, right now. I'm going to do some things. My things is to get this guy off. But
my things, what is that? My tings, what is that?
His things is to get this guy off, is what he's saying.
What's he going to do, give him a hand job?
No, I think he's talking about getting him off of office.
Yeah, he's off of it.
Yeah.
He's not on it.
That's Ebonics in his finest, man.
I mean, listen, the kid's been he's 8, 9 years old, all right?
Yeah, at least
he's been plotting to kill the president. He hasn't had much time to learn how to read and speak properly. He has more important things to worry about, right?
Well, do you think someone put him up to the shit?
Yeah,
sounds like
right.
it.
It sounds kind of scripted. I would like to believe that it's not. And he just did it on his own.
Right. It would have been cool.
The best thing ever.
I know what that kid's name is. I know who that is.
Who is that?
That's fucking Webster, man. That is Webster.
All right, let's listen to some more.
Picture Webster.
I'm gonna kill him. I don't care how, but I'm not. But what if my people is? When you hear George W. Bush is dead, I did it. But remember, I'm not doing this because of the fame, but I'm doing this because I am pissed off at him. That motherfucker, he don't deserve to.
That motherfucker.
See, now it's parts like that make me think maybe it's not scripted.
That just rolled off his tongue.
Right?
His little tongue.
Hey, like he wasn't stuttering through that or anything. And he even said, he's acknowledging the fact he's a little kid, so he's not gonna be able to do it himself. He's gonna get his peoples to do it.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is too,
that motherfucker.
There was a lot of pauses in this bitch, and Augie had to go through them and take all the pauses out. And if we would have had this, how many minutes did we take off this thing with all the pauses?
We took like a minute and a half off.
A minute and a half off this thing because all the pauses and shit. So
they actually show on the YouTube. Is this the kid saying this?
Yeah.
You see him?
Yeah. You can see his face saying it.
Yeah.
Wow. I still say it sounds like Webster doing it.
Yeah.
But he said he's not.
Breathe. That's why I'ma take care what that should be taken.
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
Now listen to that shit, right?
That's planned, man.
Like, that is planned. That is pre-planned. That's premeditated.
It sounds like Al Qaeda.
But listen how cryptic it is, though, right? Like that's got to be real.
That's Al Compton. What you talking about?
Al Compton. Go ahead, Doug.
By who and how, I know that. Right in this brain. Which this brain is gonna have a big hole right here because a crazy motherfucker made him do it.
Crazy motherfucker made him do it.
It just flowed right off.
This
there,
kid's
man.
fired up.
Well, in the video, if you're watching it, though, he actually takes his finger and puts it by his head and, like, pulls the trigger and shit, you know, so...
I don't even think I knew the word crazy motherfucker when I was 8 or 9 years old. And this kid's parlaying it into shooting the president.
But
Bush, you might be laughing at me right now. You can write any stupid comments you want, or you can write like another response of me. It's not gonna stop me.
rewind that. Wait, rewind that again. What is that?
One, or you can write like another response of me. It's not gonna stop me. It's gonna die. I'm not bullshitting with you right now, but listen to me. I'm about to give you the date. You better write this thing down right now. The date is gonna...
And that's what pissed me off about the whole situation. He's about to say the date, and that's where the audio cut off.
Right, the whole video just went dead.
Done.
That was it.
I'm pissed, dude. Pissed.
I got it from the actual site, too. I didn't get it from YouTube. I got it from the actual site that posted it up or first.
But this kid's serious.
Yeah. I think the dude's... I mean... Wouldn't you think Secret Service would be at his door, like, in the next, like, you know, he was in, they would be there in 5 minutes or less, you know?
I mean, but
like,
how
like
serious,
Domino's and shit?
But how serious can you take this kid? He sounds like he should be on fucking Sesame Street or something. Like, really?
I don't know. What do you think, Jess?
I think he probably just did it to try to be a cool kid, like older friends in the neighborhood.
YouTube fame is what you're going at?
But he said that he's not doing it for the fame. He's not looking for the fame.
It is bullshit. He's a little kid. Of course he is.
And what the hell does he know about fame? He's a little kid.
What they see on TV?
MTV, hello.
Come on. You think that kid is like, he's thinking, oh, I can be famous on YouTube. I want to be the next viral video?
He might be 50 Cent.
No, man. I think it's real. It's gotta be. I want to believe it so bad.
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
Once again, Joe Howard hosting the best of Uncensored Net Noise right here with you. And, screwing around. This is one of the greatest interviews that the boys have ever done. They got to interview Pastor Manning. If you don't know, Pastor Manning was a guy who got up in front of a bunch. He had a black congregation, a nice church there with a bunch of black people in it, and he decided to get up and make fun of Obama, which it's one of the worst bombs I've ever heard in my life. So he's an interesting fellow and a complete maniac. Listen to this right here, Pastor Manning.
I got Pastor Manning on the phone right now. I'm going to bring him on and talk to him for a little bit. And,
that's really cool, man.
You know, when I went to his website, I was thinking, you know, I'm going to try to see if I can get this guy on the phone, on the show.
Yes.
And I'm sitting there thinking in the back of my mind, I'm not going to be able to get this guy at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's been on MSNBC, Fox News. He's been covered in every media outlet out there. Newspaper, web, internet, all genres of different media.
But you know what that means?
What?
There's only one thing left to do, and that's Morning Show Central's Uncensored Net Noise.
That's right. So we're going to bring Pastor Manning on right now and talk to him for a little bit and find out what's going on with him. So hold on, guys. Here we go. Pastor Manning, you're on the air. What's going on, buddy?
Well, I'm here. I'm delighted to be on your program tonight. Thank you for having me.
It's a privilege to have you on the show, man. I really wanted to, start by talking to you a little bit and ask you your take on this whole presidential election. I wanted to ask you about your take on Obama being the elected official for the United States, and I wanted to get your take on a few other things. But my first question to you is, what's the meaning behind your church and the purpose of what you're trying to, say to people out there that, come to your church?
Well, we are a church. We believe in Jesus. We believe in his death, his resurrection, the power of his blood, the Holy Spirit, the inerrant Word of God. We wholeheartedly support all of that. We recognize that Jesus was born in the Jewish nation and the fulfillment of the law, and that he is a returning Savior at some point to bring the church into a greater dispensation. And, I was initially ordained a Baptist preacher. I studied at Union Theological Seminary. Our church has been involved in the community of Harlem. For the past 27 years, we've gone through the crack epidemic, which hit this nation and New York in particular, I mean, it was worse than a war zone for several years.
It's like that here in Cleveland as well, too. The drugs here in Cleveland are nuts. So I'm not in a really great neighborhood myself.
Okay, well, you understand that.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I've gone through all of that, the homeless epidemic, the AIDS, crack, homeless, and rap all hit at one time. I mean, what does a person do?
Yeah.
And I'm sure you went through that in Cleveland.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we've survived that. Our churches ran homeless shelters, fed meals, soup kitchens, and everything, just trying to cope with dealing with living in Harlem.
Now, you also have a school there that teaches young children there, too, right?
We have a elementary and a high school that we started as a result of all of that foolishness going on, the metal detectors in the schools and children not learning anything, 2 out of 4 going in, not graduating. So we've been running a school now for about 12 to 14 years, I think, something like that. I get the years all mixed up. But, yeah, we do that every day.
Right. We same thing here in Cleveland. There was, I don't know if you've heard about the news. It was in the national papers and all over the media about there was a shooting here in Cleveland. Was it Success Tech or something like that? Somebody brought a gun in and started shooting up students, and he took his life. And then they started implementing metal detectors in all the schools here in the greater Cleveland area. So I understand where you're going, what's going on. And the other question, what is this? I was reading on your website this no dew, no rain. What's that?
Yeah, the Harlem community, which has been the mecca, the flagship of the African-American community for nearly 75 to 80 years, fell into disarray over the last 2 decades, and big banks and investors have come in and recognized that this community is in close proximity to Central Park, to the theater district, to Wall Street district of New York City, the financial district, started buying up properties and developing the properties, what had been essentially a ghetto, and then importing people from outside of the community to live here at prices at which the indigenous people are the local people. Well, the average income of the average Harlemite, black Harlemite, only earns about $30,000 a year. And they started putting up condos and selling brownstones at $1.4 million for a one-bedroom condo, and the people in this community just can't afford it. So I started trying to help the people by calling a boycott of all of the businesses and the establishments in the community to bring some economic justice so that people were leaving this community like 90 going north, getting pushed out, landlords threatening them, raising their rent. It was just a horrible time. It still is a horrible time, and I'm trying to fight to keep the people here in the community who've been here all these years and made the trains run on time.
Now, how's the success for that? Is it going well? Are you able to make any progress with it?
It's tough. I've been making some success, at least in educating the people, but the problem is that the people who are spearheading the gentrification, that is to say, the redeveloping of the community and making big bucks as a result of it, because this community was a gold mine, were the leading black politicians, David Dinkins, Charles Rangel, and the local city council people. They were all in cahoots with the banks and the major developers and the development deals that went on to the billions of dollars of construction that went on for 10 years. They were all participants in it. So it's an uphill battle, and the only response was for the people to boycott. But Rangel has power, and, he is pretty much he runs all of the satellite organizations, all the poverty programs, all the money that flows into this community flows through his checkbook. So, I'm fighting really against him and David Dinkins, but we're making some progress, and I believe ultimately we're going to prevail.
Yeah. Now, let's shift some gears a little bit and I want to talk to you about Obama and your take on him being the new president of the United States. Now, what's your take on Obama being the new president of the United States come January?
I think it's the worst thing that could ever happen for America, and I think we've moved into a prophetic biblical time where we have elected perhaps the most evil person that has ever walked the face of the earth, the most wicked person, and it is just a tragedy that Americans cannot see just what they have done. This is the beginning of the downfall of the nation called America. There was one Irish philosopher who wrote that most nations only last for a couple hundred years, and then the power to be the next great nation moves on to someone else. but we are certainly on a great decline. Obama is the worst possible thing that could ever happen to this nation.
Now, I was listening to an interview that you did here in Cleveland on another radio station, and you said something about Oprah Winfrey. And do you remember the remarks that you said about Oprah?
I said that Oprah Winfrey is the Antichrist. She is the most powerful woman on the planet. She's the richest woman on the planet. Everybody knows that. She has been able, as a black woman, to lure into her web literally millions of lonely, disenchanted white women and the white social class that are part of her church every day. And you'll have to remember, it was Oprah Winfrey that introduced Obama to the world. It was her promotion of him that kicked him out there. And it's the same people that follow Oprah as white people began to bow down and worship King Obama. And so the three of them were in the same church called the Trinity United Church of Christ, that I've called the Trinity of Hell. They're in Chicago, Illinois. Barack Obama, Oprah Winfrey, and Jeremiah Wright. And so the evil that has come upon this nation is absolutely unprecedented, except for perhaps what happened in Germany when Hitler became its leader.
I was going to bring that up, too, also. Because, it's in Germany, the reason he got in there is because their country was in economic turmoil as well.
Exact same
thing. And that was a perfect time for him to come in. He'd come to rise like that. And I think this was a time when America was feeling like they were at their low, when they were looking for anything. And they had somebody who was just speaking out, and it was a total opposite of what the culture was going for. And I think this was the outlet for all, the far left liberal people to jump on, and it was it. And for some reason, it just grew like wildfire, and it was a perfect opportunity.
The similarities between Hitler and Obama cannot be overstated. Anyone who knows, who's a student of history, and you don't have to be ancient history to go back to see what's happening in Germany with its economy, with its sense of loss, loss of direction, world conflicts and problems, and they just gravitated to Hitler without reason. And even though knowing there were things about him emanating from him that were not good, they continued to worship him, the same as you see with Obama. This is an awful thing that has happened to our world today.
So you think Obama's the next Hitler? Everything's going to go in a spiral turn as soon as he gets in office, right?
I think that he is worse than Hitler in as much as that the tragedy that he's going to bring. With Hitler, it was the Jews. With Obama, it would also be the Jews. They voted for him, as silly as they could possibly be. I mean, the Jews have drifted away from God for many, many years, and the younger Jewish people are extremely silly about the culture of Jews. But they will be the first to feel the wrath of Obama when he trades them for his next step of world glory. Black people will suffer as well, immensely.
Now, if I can ask you this question, did you vote at all? Did you go out and vote for anything at all, or for the presidential election, or even your city stuff?
My support was for John McCain.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because like I said, when I went out to vote, I didn't.
See, that means McCain got 2 votes because he got mine too.
We went out. When I went out to vote, I didn't vote for either one of them. Because my point to I thought neither one of them really. I didn't see that they really had anything. I don't think that these
John McCain was dismal, to say the very least about him. I mean, it just absolutely he could not get anybody to show any. I'm surprised he got the votes that he got.
It was just weird. His whole election was weird.
Yeah, this entire process has been extremely unusual.
And all the money that Obama, those people, threw out there for this campaign was like, I hate to see the figure at the end of it. It's got to be abysmal.
It was, indeed it was, and where that money came from and how it came is just absolutely, totally, and completely illegal. But no one is going to challenge it. People and the media are afraid to challenge this man in any possible way. It is absolutely incredible that our world has come to this point. But, it happened in Egypt years ago. Rome fell also under a similar kind of leadership. Caligula, well, actually, they recovered a little bit after Caligula. but it has happened. The United Kingdom was once a great nation that boasted that the sun never set on the sprawling powers of England. That nation is now a has-been. And the nation that has carried the mantle of being the world leader for the last couple of 100 years, or the last 100 years since the industrial age, has been America. And so we can't, all of this cannot be laid at Obama's feet. I think we have to lay it at the fact that transitionally, nations, and now you got China chopping at the bit. They want to be the next great nation, and they're positioning themselves economically, militarily, to watch the fall of America, and then become the nation that's the nation of the world. It's just a matter of transition. It happens, unfortunately. Obama will be the conduit through which America will fall.
Now, there's some people out there saying that Obama, it's allegedly that he was born in Kenya, and he won't produce his birth certificate. Now, what do you say about that, though? Do you think he was born in Kenya, or?
Well, let me say this. It's going to take me a little bit of time to explain this. Obama is not, first of all, a legal citizen of the U.S. and cannot be. And let me tell you why. His father was a Kenyan. His name was Barack Obama Sr. And during the time of Obama's birth, Kenya was a British colony. And under the British Nationality Act that was passed in 1948, all people in Kenya were British subjects, and any children born of a Kenyan was likewise a British subject, no matter whether they were born in Nigeria or Kenya or America or England. Wherever they were born, if they were born of a Kenyan subject, they too were Kenyan subjects. So Obama's father, Barack Hussein Obama, was a Kenyan subject, thusly making Obama a citizen of the British of the nation of the United Kingdom. That's one problem that cannot be overcome because of the laws that are on the books for England and the fact that his father was a British subject. But there's also some question about whether or not he was born in Hawaii or in Kenya. Most people believe that he was born in Kenya. That's why the birth certificate that has been posted on his website is a certificate of live birth and not a birth certificate that indicates that he was actually born. The doctor signed in what hospital, believing that his mother gave birth and delivered him in Kenya, and then a few days later flew back to Hawaii and just had a live birth certificate issued. The other item is that his mother expatriated herself when she married Leola Soetoro and moved to Indonesia in Jakarta. And the expatriate laws of the American Constitution says that once you expatriate yourself, your children are also no longer citizens. So he's not a citizen of America. It's just that the media will not push it for whatever reasons. The Democratic National Party has let it go. Hillary Clinton let it go. John McCain let it go. But I'm convinced that at some point, some court is going to make him demonstrate it, and when it does, we'll discover that he's not a citizen of America.
Now, what about your take on Hillary Clinton being part of his cabinet?
I think that it's probably the worst possible thing that can happen for him and the best possible thing that can happen for her. I think that she maneuvered herself into it. I think she forced herself onto that position just to be a thorn in his side. I think that after the harassment that Obama and the race card that they played on Bill Clinton and her, I think that they forced the issue for her to take the top position in his cabinet. I don't think she really wants to serve him. The Clintons are some vicious people. They don't work. They don't work in submission to anybody, and that needs to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, what was your take when Bill Clinton was in office? Do you think he was doing a pretty good job running the country?
No. My problem was, running the country, I will say yes. Let me just retract that. My problem is that, again, African American or black folk made the ill-fated decision of seeing him as the first black president. I thought that was a mistake, but more specifically, what it demonstrated that black people go through the pain every day of being black. They really don't like being black, and it's a pain that's unspoken. It's a reality that people have to deal with every day. white people, no matter how poor they are, snaggletooth and living in a trailer, look over and see a black man, and no matter what they're going through, don't want to be black. Black people have got a God problem, and we got to straighten. God has got to help us through this process of being black. But for Toni Morrison to make the transference to call a white man a black man and say he's the first black president represented just how deep psychologically we are in trouble as a people and how we're struggling with our blackness in terms of trying to figure out why is it that we are at the bottom of the world's totem pole, and why did God make us black, and why we're suffering the way we're suffering. When they made Bill Clinton the first black president, I screamed to the top of my voice that it was the worst possible thing they could do. Now they picked a half-white person. By the way, I understand that most birth certificates that indicate when you're born, they indicate the race of your mother, not your father.
Yeah, it's true.
And so if that's the case, then Obama's white.
Yeah.
Because his mama was white.
Yeah. Now there were some quotes that you were. I was actually watching some of your videos about Obama's mother, and you said some stuff about her. Now, what's your take on his mother? She
was a trashy woman. She was a 16-year-old girl that just running in and out of everybody's bed she can get in and out of. And everybody knows it. Her father tried to keep as stronger a hand on her. He tried to keep her nailed down as best he possibly could, but she just wouldn't hear it. The other thing is that this Obama's father, did what a lot of African men do when they come from Africa. The first thing they want to do is jump in the bed with a white woman. And still to today, the African men, they go to these schools like Harvard and Columbia. They pass by 100 good-looking black women just to try to find out what it's like to have sex with a white woman. That's what went on. That's what happened with her. And her mother, Madeline Dunham, hates Barack Obama, who died suspiciously the day before he was elected. But when that's
the thing. That's the thing too, Pastor Manny. I don't mean to cut you off though. I was thinking the same thing when she passed away. I'm like, how convenient.
Absolutely. You notice you've never seen any pictures of his grandmother and him since he's been a man. There's no pictures of Malia and Sasha. There's no pictures of her and Michelle. They had a very strange relationship. Madeline Dunham knew that Obama was an anti-American Bolshevik that hated America, was socialist, communist, whatever it is that he thinks he is spiritually. Their relationship was extremely poor. But the other thing is that Madeline Dunham never really loved Obama. I mean, her daughter brought home the only grandchild she has was a black grandchild. And, actually now she has his sister. But she was just never happy about that. And then he turned out to look towards blackness rather than trying to follow some of the things that she thought would have been better for. She died very suspiciously.
Yeah, because I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, well, I wonder if he's going to get the pity vote now.
People thought that as well. But, I wonder why he never went to the funeral. But that's another story.
Yeah, that's another story, too, because they said they sent a representative of the Obama camp there.
Would you do that for your grandmother?
Hell no.
If I did that, my grandma would come back from the dead and beat me half to death, and all my family members would kill me, too. What do you mean send a representative? You better get your butt down into this funeral. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, and then he had to go the next day or something. I don't know. It's strange. It's weird. I understand. I don't know. So, what's your predictions? If you're a betting man, what do you think the United States is going to turn out in the next 4 years?
Well, there are a couple of things I'm trying to deal with, and I've been praying about this, and as late as just an hour ago, how this matter of the proving his legitimate citizenship. I think most people in both parties are willing to accept the fact that he's not a citizen and are just ready to move on.
Yeah, but you can't rewrite the Constitution, though.
Yeah, whether or not some judge will open up and declare and cause him to have to demonstrate his citizenship, if that happens, it's going to turn America inside out. And he will not be able to demonstrate he is a true citizen no matter which way he runs, because there are just too many things out there against him. At that point, America falls into deep trouble. And so many people, like the African-American people who supported him so wholeheartedly, are going to find out that here's a man that ran a campaign. He was nothing but a fraud, and he has ran an indictable felon campaign by saying he's a citizen when he is not. He can be indicted and put in prison for felony charges against the Constitution. Will any judge touch that and open it up and make it happen? Well, the problem is not just any judge would do that. Somebody in Columbia University knows it. Somebody in Occidental College knows it. Somebody in Harvard knows it. And somebody's going to tell.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to tell eventually. If he did become the president...
He's going to mess up. He's going to mess up one time, and then someone's going to go, I got to look into this.
Absolutely. This matter is going to come to light. Whether it comes to light before January 20th or not, I don't know. I think it would be best for the justices of the Supreme Court to force his hand and try to deal with this national catastrophe that would ensue even if he had to prove his legitimacy as a citizen. That having been said, let's say, for instance, he was a citizen, and all things being equal, this nation would markedly change. 4 years from now, we would not recognize America. He would change. He said he'd run for, and he would change. He would have a mandate. He'd have a Senate that could not filibuster. He'd have a Congress that he could pass anything he wants. He'd have a cohorts and Nancy Pelosi and Harry Reid. This nation would become a socialist nation so quick. And not that socialism is the worst possible thing that could happen to us. It's just that we're at a point right now where really socialism seems to be the best way to get us out of this financial mess that we're in. But we would lose so many liberties, so many things that we take for granted now. A lot of young people don't know who Dr. Martin Luther King is. I mean, they've seen his picture, they've heard his name, but they really don't know him.
Right.
And they don't know America at the way, and they are willing to go wherever he leads them. We would become a very, very different people.
Now, I have two more questions for you, Pastor, before we let you go. The one question is that did you ever think, you would run for, some, Senate, or you would run for any kind of government position?
I've been asked 1,000 times, leading the boycott here in the community of Harlem. People have asked me to run against Charles Rangel. I've received about 50,000 emails over the last couple of months, and I've had a staff going through them. And one of the things that we're looking for is a number of people who stated I should run for president. But let me answer quickly. I could never run. I could never be a politician. I just could not. I love serving the Lord. I'm a pastor. I love the congregation that God's called me to serve. I love preaching the Word of God. I could not be a politician. I would try to help as many other people as I possibly can become politicians, but I'm confident that's not where I would ever in my life, unless God forced me, I don't think He'll do that, to be that. I love the church that I'm the pastor of, and I love being a pastor.
And my final question for you, was there any threats on your life with with this whole Obama thing?
I've had several. I've had any number of them. People calling, telling me they're going to kill me, they're going to kill my family, they're going to do all kinds of vicious things. And then I've had, I think, worse than the threats of killing, because my thing is that I think if somebody's going to kill you, they generally don't announce it. They just knock you over.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I think. So I think all those threats were probably not well-founded. But what I do, the telephone here, and we have a staff of people, including some young women that answer our phones. And for these people to call up and be as vulgar as they are with these young women and say the kind of things they've said has really shown me. And then to say, and I'm a Christian after they use the F word.
I go to church.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So I think that's been very disheartening. But we lived through it. The church is strong. We made it through it.
Now, if they wanted to get a hold of you,
I got one question.
Okay, go ahead, Dom.
What is your congregation? What's their stance on what do you hear about from them about your stance on Obama in the whole thing that we just talked about?
I've been the pastor of these people for 27 years, and I live in the community. Unlike some pastors who get some money and they move out of the community, I could have done that, but I stayed with the people. I think the people have watched me serve. They've watched me. We've had dinners together. I've cried with them, prayed with them. And I've never lied to them. I've never tried to hustle them. I've never tried to get offerings and money out of them. You know, I've just been a pretty straight-up kind of a pastor. And even though some of them being black, you know, saw Obama and the mesmerizing appeal that he has, I'm sure he appealed to them. And they thought, well, you know, it would be a good idea to have a black president. But when they compare him to the relationship I have with them and the faithfulness I've served in this church, they decided to stay with me, even though I'm sure there was some ambivalence to some degree. But they've stayed with me on this issue, and they've stood up to their family members and people on their jobs, in which they've been, you know, really dogged by the people on their jobs. But they've stayed with me through this process.
Was there anybody that left the congregation at all?
The first person, the first person that we had a chiropractor. When I first preached a message about Obama's, when I first called his mother white trash. This was back in February of this year. We had a young white man in his mid-40s. He was a chiropractor. Been a member of our church for about 4 or 5 years. And, you know, he walked out that Sunday. I haven't seen him since. You know, and even though I talked about black people, I guess the white trash statement, and we've had a few others leave as well. We've had a few people leave. No doubt. We've had people come too.
Mm-hmm. Now, my last question for you, though. I mean, I know we got to run here pretty soon, though. But my last question, you know what? I really like to get like an in-depth interview with him, maybe somewhere down the road where we could just spend the whole entire 3 hours. Talking to Pastor Manny,
it's great. I mean, it's great to have you on, Pastor, because you're not only are we hearing like the political thing, we're also getting educational, you know, almost like a class of history with you. I mean, we could talk about a lot of different issues, which is really cool, and I think it's really mentally stimulating on my part. I'm enjoying this.
Well, you know, I'm open to that. I mean, I heard your opening up piece that you're looking at all the other interviews I've done, that it's very difficult to get a hold of me. But I told the Lord that, you know, he has opened up a door for me to really do a national talk to. I mean, I've been on every radio station, it seems, television and magazine and newspaper. But I told the Lord that I'll speak to anybody who wants to speak to me. I'll take the time to do it. I just stepped out of Bible study 2 seconds ago. In fact, I ran out the church because I knew I had to do this interview. I was up there preaching and carrying on like the world was coming to an end. But I knew I had to do this. I would love, I mean, if you want to do 3 hours, you know, I don't know if I could be interesting over a 3-hour period of time, but if you want to take a chance on me like that, I'm open to doing it. I'm willing to talk. Anybody who's willing to talk to me, even if people don't agree with me, it doesn't matter to me. I'm not fazed by the fact that somebody thinks I'm an idiot, and Uncle Tom and Uncle Ruckus. That really doesn't bother me. If you want to talk to me, call my office. My wife, Elizabeth, who handled this interview, will handle that one. And I'll do it.
That'd be great, though, because then we could take calls from the audience, and then they can ask you questions as well, too.
I'd love it.
Yeah, that would be great. It'd be like an open forum. We can publicize it and make it really big, and then get a lot of people in here to, ask the pastor, some questions. Even though, it doesn't matter. I mean, if you're going to get some knuckleheads calling the show.
Trust me, I can handle them. It's not a problem. I tend to do better with them than people that agree with me. So I don't really mind.
One last thing, though. There was I keep saying one last thing, but there's so many questions I got for him. But there was one video. No disrespect, Pastor, but when I watched this video, when you said Obama he started his campaign with 254 double Ds, I about fell out of my chair.
Right.
I was laughing so hard. I was like, I love this guy. This guy is great, And it's true. Why would you open up your campaign with a big-chested woman,
Well, not to drop names, but I did the Howard Stern television show and radio show last week, Wednesday. And he loves that segment. Obama got his campaign started with 2 great big old you-know-whats, but I just kind of went to the pulpit that morning. He was not that well known at the time when I made those statements. But at the time when I saw that woman parading around and she turned her butt into your face, and then she had that big chest, I thought that was his thing. I didn't know that was somebody just kind of out there. And my thing was, well, if it wasn't him, he should have denounced it immediately.
Yeah.
But he never did.
We also use that clip on our show too. Go ahead, Dom, hit it.
Obama!
We use it all the time because I love it. I mean, anytime we do an Obama reference, we play it. But yeah, it's awesome though. But Pastor Manny, like I said, I'll get a hold of you probably sometime after the holiday or something, and then we'll make this happen. And I really want to do a 3-hour showdown.
I would be delighted to stay with you for 3 hours, set it up, and trust me. I mean, have people call in, and I think it's good that people call in and tell me why they dislike what I'm saying and what they feel. I think that will be so clinical, if you will. To be able to talk to people that way. So you set it up, and I'll handle it.
Not a problem. Pastor Manny, if they want to get a hold of you, how would they get a hold of you?
Atlah.org, ATLAH.org. That's our website. I pray that people will go there. We got a ton of things going on there. It's constantly changing. There's broadcasts going on there every day, teachings that I do. There's all kind of things that we're organizing and putting together. There's total information about the history of our church and where we are and how our church functions and the various kinds of ministries and organizations we've formed in this community. It's a very interesting website, and I pray that people would just go there and take the time to read my history and know a little something about our church, and I think it'll be very, very informative.
You guys can check that out, too, as well on our website at morningshowcentral.com. We have Pastor Manning up on the front page of our website with a link to his website and the YouTube videos that he has for his church as well. Pastor Manning, it's been great having you on the show.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you.
I agree, too.
All right, bye-bye.
Good night now.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah, that was good.
That was awesome. That was really good. I just turned your mic off because I heard you tapping over there.
Oh,
I'm sorry about that.
No, don't worry about it.
But I thought that was a great interview.
Oh, I did too.
Dude, that was
I
awesome,
agree.
though.
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
Hey guys, what's up? It's Joe Howard from Nelson and Joe Hour, so right here on Morning Show Central, and I'm hosting the best of Uncensored Net Noise right here with you. I come by the studio every now and then on Friday nights when I ain't got nothing going on, and I sit in with the guys. And this was a night that I was actually there, and I was drinking beers and smoking Black and Milds, and they interviewed a guy that had a viral video called the Irate Gamer. His name's Chris Borez, and the guy is a hack, and he ripped off some other guy's video. So it was really a lame interview and a whole lame thing, and I think I ripped into him pretty good. I tried to really be a asshole about it. Chris and the boys just play like it's going to be a real friendly interview, but I try to sabotage it. So here it is, the Irate Gamer, Chris Borez.
Well, anyways, we got the Irate Gamer on the phone right now. Chris, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, nothing much.
So I got a couple questions for you. I mean, I've been seeing a lot of YouTube videos about you and all kinds of stuff floating around on the internet, and then I saw this one video that kind of like made me upset because I started to become a fan of yours, and then I seen this video, and I'm going, well, dude, is he really doing this? I don't know if maybe you think I know. Do you think you know what I'm talking about? This plagiarized video that's floating around?
Yeah.
All right. So what's going on with that, Chris? Man, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about you've been plagiarizing the angry video game nerd.
Well, actually, it's a bunch of nonsense. Me and James do the same kind of type of show, genre, just like Jay Leno and Letterman do.
I don't know if it's quite on that level.
When you review certain games, certain things are gonna, cross paths and stuff like that. It's inevitable. But for the most part, I try to produce a, show that's, original and in my own words. So, it's all kind of ridiculous, actually.
Right. What made you get into doing these type of videos? I mean, was it because it spawned off of what he was doing, James?
No, actually, when I was starting, there's about 100 people doing the exact same thing on YouTube. There was people who were more popular than others, and there were people that had maybe 25 subscribers to their name. They were all floating around out there, and I really did my homework, and I thought, if this is something I want to do, I know this is something I could excel at, because not many people were putting that much production value into their reviews. So I knew that if I would start, this is something I could excel at due to my background in video editing and producing and all that.
Well, yeah, your video editing is pretty cool. I like the stuff that you do with your videos. But now the thing that kind of got me is when you did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles review, and you did Back to the Future review, and it kind of sounded like almost the same video.
Well, with the let me start with the Ninja Turtles. Well, first off,
Michelangelo's my favorite.
Well, first off, I reviewed 5 different games in that review alone.
Okay.
And and the one that James did was maybe 3 minutes of that entire review, and everything was in my own words. I chose to rant on things that he didn't choose, and I left things out that he ranted on.
Well, some of the parts in the video, it's almost a word for word from you between you and James, though.
Well, I don't know about that. There's a guy out there that did a word-to-word analysis of both reviews. His name's Jericho Squink.
Okay.
And he did a fantastic job on that. So, if anybody wants to check that out.
Now, the whole time that you're doing these videos and stuff like that, I mean, did it take a long time for you to get rolling with production and stuff like that?
What do you mean?
Like when you put the videos together, does it take a long time for you to put these type of videos together, or is it, like an overnight thing?
Yeah, a lot of people underestimate how much time actually goes into something like this. I mean, it takes me at least 2 months to produce an entire episode. Because I've got to sit there, I've got to first play the game, then I've got to write a script around the game, and then, you got to include jokes, and then you've got to film it, edit it, and then I include special effects and all that good stuff. So it takes quite some time, and I think I clocked it around 70 to 100 hours, depending on, what I have to do in the episode.
So, listen, Carlos Mencia, what is the worst game you've ever reviewed?
As far as my episodes go?
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. There's been so many. I have to say Muscle. That was a pretty bad one.
Muscle, that was like the old characters that were like... I know what that is, actually.
Okay.
Right. That sucked?
Yeah, it was just... I don't know. They slapped the thing together, and there was only like one screen to it with different matches and stuff to it.
Have you ever played the game Hack Attack?
No, I've never played that.
Oh, okay. That's a disgusting one on 8-bit Nintendo.
Is that an obscure one?
Yeah, 8-bit Nintendo. It's called Hack Attack. It's where like different comedians battle Gallagher and a bunch of other really hacky, terrible comedians. It's really
I've
crazy.
never heard of that one.
Oh no, it's a good one. You should check it out.
I'd like to get a hold of that. That's going to be a fun game. I'd go up against some real losers.
Well, hey, Chris, it's I had a lot of questions for you, but I wish we had a little bit more time because we have a real band coming on next. But the last question I got for you, when you
I had a question.
Do you
too,
okay? What do you got?
Then.
What do you got?
I just want to know, like, do you ever feel bad that you're getting so much attention for playing video games and doing something that a dude has already done when there's a bunch of talented people out there that haven't even been heard of yet?
Well, is this the whole reason you brought me on here?
No, it's not the whole.
Me,
No, this is not the reason why we brought you on to bash you, Chris. I just want to know what was going on, in your mind when you did these videos and stuff like that, and find out how much time it took you to do these type of videos. I mean, there's other people on my show that have different opinions and different views of some of your stuff that you do, and my view is I like some of the work that you've done. And then there's other opinions in the show here. So, I mean, I didn't bring you on to bash you. No, I didn't.
Okay. Well, look, I've talked to James through emails, and that's a personal thing. I'm not going to post those privately, or I'm not going to post those publicly. But, he enjoys the show. He said, good work. He named a couple episodes specifically that he enjoyed. So, I mean...
So will you not post those publicly because that was never said?
That's their prerogative.
Thanks, Bobby Brown.
Okay. Well, I'm just just trying to figure out some of your accomplishments with your videos. I mean, I watched an iRobot video, and I was wondering when the next segment of that video was coming out.
iRobot?
Yeah, that robot video that you've been
robot.
doing.
Yeah, probably another week.
Another week? That's when it'll be available?
Yeah, it's all filmed. I just haven't got around it. I do like 5 things at once, plus I own a business.
Okay.
That I run locally, so I do a bunch of projects for clients around town.
So you're up here in what, Ohio?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. And the whole how long do you think you're going to keep doing all these videos? I mean, do you enjoy doing this stuff or what?
Oh yeah, I do it pretty much for the pure entertainment of it, and I enjoy making people laugh and entertaining people. So I'm going to do it as long as I can.
Is there any animosity between any of the people out there that that say that you took the idea of James?
Well, probably from other reviewers.
Yeah.
I mean, and their fans, they probably, I get the most heat from them. But I got my own fan base, and they love my work. So.
Oh, that's nice. For the record,
that's who I build or I do the videos for. So.
For the record, I haven't seen your work yet. I'm going to check out. All right, Carrie?
Yeah, I haven't either.
That was comedian Joe Howard in studio with us tonight. And the last question I got for you: what new video do you have up on the horizon besides the robot video that you're trying to complete? Do you have another one that you're going to be working on?
Yeah, I'm always working on like 6 at a time.
Okay.
So either if they're in the script stages or filming stages. I mean, like I said, they take at least two months worth of work. So
what's the next game you're going to work on though?
Probably E.T. That's the one I got most work done on so far.
Yeah, it sucks.
E.T.
I remember playing that. That blows.
I know that game really sucked, dude. I can't stand that thing.
I'm guessing that you and what's this other video game? This other video game guy, James.
James, yeah.
I'm guessing that because you got to get some mad carpal tunnel from playing video games all day. So it probably wouldn't come down to blows. But if you guys played each other in Street Fighter, who would win? I wasn't being.
Well, I don't know. It's best not to think about such things.
What are you best at? What game are you best at? Get over here.
Yeah, what's your best game? What's the best game?
Best at?
Yeah.
Well, I always loved Zelda, Kirby, those types of games. Those are always fun.
What about Dig Dug?
Yeah, how about Dig Dug?
Dig Dug's good.
You have a girlfriend?
Yep, sure do.
What does she think about all this?
She thinks it's cool.
Do you spend more time on games than on her?
Mm-mm.
I'd be pissed.
No, the show is just one aspect of my life. It's just.
Do you have the Super NES controller with the big button?
Oh, I love that thing,
big one with
dude.
the joystick?
I love that thing.
You got that one, sir?
Yeah.
Or the wrist, the hand thing. You stick your hand in the glove.
Yeah, do you have the
power glove.
Do you have the power glove?
No, I
Carrot
don't.
Top? No?
No. All right. Well, Chris, man, it's been great having you on the show, man.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, bud.
Yep.
All right. Bye-bye.
You suck.
Jesus.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Better get out of the way. Here comes the bus. Uncensored net noise.
All right,
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
Joe Howard here with you, hosting the best of Uncensored Net Noise. Here I am. You ever watch a movie and you see a guy and you go, who is that guy? I don't know who that guy is. But you've seen him before and it drives you crazy, and then you have to go to IMDb and you feel like a psychopath. Well, that's what this guy, Tom Towles, is. He's been in House of a Thousand Corpses. He played the sheriff. He's also like one of these character guys. He's been on ER and Drew Carey. The boys talked to him for a bit and sat around and talked to what it's like to be that guy that nobody knows, but you're in a ton of shit. Here he is, Tom Towles.
We got Tom Towles on the line right now. What's going on, Tom?
Hey, not a lot, guys. Just hanging out, talking to you.
Yeah. I got a couple questions for you, and well, before we go on, what was the comment that he made before the show? What were you saying?
The who made?
Dom, what was he saying? I had the headphones off. What did he say, though?
That made my blood boil?
Yeah.
No, when he was talking about Kenny Lofton in that previously clip just now.
Oh, yeah.
And he said that Kenny Lofton blows, I don't know, whatever. What'd you say? Donkey dick or something?
No, dead goat.
Yeah, that's bullshit, dude. Kenny Lofton is awesome.
Where's he at now?
He's retired. He doesn't need to do anything. He's the shit.
You don't follow baseball. You're not allowed to talk about sports anymore. Get out of here.
Cleveland. We got
Especially Cleveland baseball.
We got something in the news a little later on the show tonight about some Cleveland baseball, so we'll get to that when we get to news. But, Tom, I wanted to talk to you about a few things. And the first thing I want to talk to you about is the movie that you were in, House of a Thousand Corpses.
Yeah, Rob Zombie directing. Yeah.
Yeah, and we had a couple. We had who was it? Don Piggy D on the show from Rob Zombie.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had him on our show, and we were talking to him. We've been trying to get Rob on our show for the longest time.
I had Sherry on my show. Then.
Yeah, that's right. You had Sherry Moon Zombie, his wife, on the show.
You had Sherry
Yeah.
on the show?
Yeah.
You lucky bastard.
Yeah, right.
Are you not the luckiest fuck in the world? This is the most amazing woman on the planet. You know, I'm sorry, man. She's just not only stunning, she's talented, and she is just a lot of fun. And oh my God,
She's a lot more adjectives.
I'm sorry, I digress. Please.
Yeah, she's a lot more adjectives that we can go on for years about.
Yes, exactly.
So, Tom, tell me a little bit about House of a Thousand Corpses, and you were in this movie, and tell me what it was like to work with director Rob Zombie.
You know, it's hard to tell. I mean, I auditioned for it, and I got it. I work with a character named Walton Goggins, who you probably know from the show The Shield now.
Yes.
It was generally across the board an amazing, totally insane, and fabulous experience. It was Rob's first picture, and he handled it with a style and an aplomb that I've never seen or rarely seen in first-time directors. A lot of people are not cut out for this. You know, everybody says, well, what I'd really like to do is direct. Well, basically what it means, you really like to work without sleep for a minimum of 3 months. You know, because that's what it comes down to, functioning under, in a state of constant sleep deprivation.
What made you get into acting anyways in the first place, Tom?
Oh, well, it basically comes down to a very simple point. I'm emotionally unsuited to standard forms of employment. So my choices are limited to the entertainment industry or institutional care. And I found institutional care really way too confining, so I chose the entertainment industry.
Yeah, I find myself going to the Institute every now and again because I think I got to check myself in every once a week because of the show, the shows I do here. You know.
Well, see, that's because you do a show with regularity. One of the great gifts of being an actor is, especially in film and television, you're unemployed a lot. I did the first, X number of years in Chicago theater, and that was pretty steady. It was like having as close to a regular job as I actually think I can come emotionally. It was usually 6 to 8 performances a week, and we worked pretty much steadily for about 15 years.
Yeah.
I was with the Organic Theater Company. They're no longer in business. I don't even think the theater's in existence anymore. But it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it tremendously, and it's pretty much locked in after that.
Now the actor strike that's coming out, you said you're unemployed a lot. And what do you think about this actor strike that's coming up?
I support whatever the union decides to do. You come out of Chicago, you're a hardcore union guy, man. I mean, it's what you do. You're blue collar. I belong to a union. I support the union. I think they're absolutely right. And, you have to deal with moments like these when it happens.
Do you think the last strike they had, not the union, not the
you're talking the writer's
strike?
The writer's strike.
Yeah. Do you think that actually was a little longer than normal?
No, I think it's pretty much standard. I mean, the last one was probably 17 years ago, and there's, it's like cycles of the universe. Things have to shake themselves out, and occasionally they get completely crazy. And since you're dealing with actors, writers, directors, and producers, it's very unlikely that they'll come to blows like they were Teamsters, or UAW members. It's just that some sense of total destruction has to be committed to. It's like, a phoenix rising or a butterfly evolving out of a chrysalis, It's just a sense of destruction and rebuilding seems to have to take place in any creative form particularly, but especially when you combine creativity with business.
Right.
It's just the nature of the way things happen to go, and there's a lot of money involved. And as soon as you get that equation factored in, you're going to have some serious confrontational moments. I mean, in terms of the potential for extreme action, it's surprisingly mild. It's just a question of tenacity, one side or the other. Everybody will eventually give in because everybody's got to get back to work.
Right. Now, the writer's strike, when they were that's coming up or whatever right now, or what, you know, I've been following it with on like Yahoo News and Fox News and all that other stuff, and they're talking about, you know, it's going to probably be a year before anything. It's going to be all you're going to see is a bunch of reruns on TV for about a year.
I doubt that it'll be a year. It may take a while, but you know, the writer's strike I think lasted for 3 months. I'm not absolutely sure. I tend to, you know, my memory fades as soon as everybody starts working again.
Right.
In this instance, it'll take whatever time it takes. You know, reruns for a year, it gets pretty tiring, and eventually the consumer, which is ultimately the dictator of all of this,
right,
will stop tuning in, and once people stop tuning in, audience shares go down, and when audience shares go down, revenues diminish. And when revenues diminish, somebody says, holy shit, there's no fucking money coming in.
That's it.
And as soon as they recognize that, say, well, what do we got to do to change this? And that's when it happens.
I was reading and changing gears a little bit. I was reading on your bio a little bit, though. You were in the Marine Corps?
Yep.
And what tour of duty were you in? I mean, what war? What branch? What? You know?
I will keep that little bit of information to myself. Suffice to say, I was in for 6 years, and no, I really wasn't cut out to do it. I was just lucky that towards the end of it, I managed to become a photographer and work with the public relations arm, and that eased my pain tremendously. You know, after a while, I could just go in and lock myself in my dark room, and when the red light's on, nobody can fuck with you.
Right.
Where were you stationed at?
Oh, I was stationed in Chicago, man. I was attached to a reserve unit.
Did you get to go overseas and just see anything?
No, I was a big pussy.
I thought we were going to have some good stories.
No,
thought you would say, like, yeah, I was in the Philippines, and that would open up a whole
that's a whole different can of worms right there.
Subic Bay.
Oh, yeah, a Longapo.
Yeah, wonderful Subic Bay. I caught gonorrhea 5 times.
Hey, that's the gift that keeps giving for a while. Tetracycline cures everything.
Oh, Tom must be peeing again.
And speaking of that, there on your bio, there's a reference on there about a guy by the name of Bonzo.
Oh, yeah. When I was part of a stem cell experiment to raise the IQ levels of primates.
Oh.
Bonzo was a chimpanzee that was in my group. It's a joke, guys.
I know.
Yeah,
I was literally trying to picture it. I was like, wow.
I didn't know. I didn't want to laugh too hard in case it was serious. I was like,
yes, no, man. I was injected with stem cells along with a chimpanzee.
I was picturing more of like a bunch of retarded monkeys and shit, and they were shooting them up with some stem cells just to see if it'd make them smarter.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Hey,
I just happen to be, one of the people in the control group. I got the placebo. Bonzo's now in graduate school.
Tom, I'll tell you what. This is Otter, by the way, in case you're thinking you're hearing multiple voices. It's not just you. It's us.
It's not in your head, and it's not that research that you took, neither.
Yeah, there's 3 of us here.
Yeah, there's 3 of us.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm confused now.
I was just wondering anytime we get, anybody that is involved either in or directs any kind of horror movie, like I'm a huge horror buff, so I get giddy like a little schoolgirl. I'm not gonna lie, I do. But I've seen House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects literally millions of times just because I'm a fan of Rob's music and his style of movies that he does.
Yeah.
It's not just the fact that it was horror though. Like in Devil's Rejects, your character, it was so much more intense than it was in House of a Thousand Corpses. Like, you were absolutely ridiculous. I'm not blowing smoke. I honestly got goosebumps in a couple of the scenes with your character's brother. But I know that Mosley had said doing a lot of the shit that he's done in that movie, because he's like a really nice, soft-spoken guy, that it made him uncomfortable. Seeing and doing a lot of the shit that you had to do and see, I mean, how did you get into character for that? And did you absolutely love it? Because I would.
You'd be surprised at how little you think about what you're doing. In my case, I mean, since I don't have a great deal of mental capacity to work with to begin with, I try and fill it to the brim and just not let it overflow. We all have a dark side, and if I'm playing a particularly dark character, it's easy to reach into that,
Right.
to allow my imagination to run wild. In the case of both House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Rejects, I was playing a pretty straightforward guy. He was a cop looking for the lost students, and then in Devil's Rejects, I was, the ghost to my brother and sort of prodding him on like Hamlet's father.
This is true. Your ghost was out for blood in Devil's Rejects, though.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that bitch blew my fucking brains out while I was taking a fucking call. I mean, this is too goddamn rude. It thoroughly pissed me to fuck off. And that carried over into the next world, and I said, that was the punchline. I want that bitch dead. Kill
Right.
that bitch now.
Right.
So, those are fairly straight lines. And I had the advantage in House of a Thousand Corpses of working with Walton, who is just a fabulous actor and a great guy to be around.
Mm-hmm.
And pile on top of that, every time you go to work for Rob, it's like a holiday.
Right.
I mean, he has the ability to keep the process moving, focused on point with what needs to be done, but he gives you, as an actor, enough latitude to be able to play and have fun and enjoy yourselves, which is why when you see people like Sid and Bill and William Forsythe, Sherry, all of us, there is some subtext of fun going on.
Right.
I mean, you look at all of this stuff, as insane and completely off the wall as it is, we're actually pretty funny in a lot of places.
Well, that's another thing. I don't remember if I had heard it from someone or if it was somewhere in the extras for the DVD for Rejects. I don't remember. But there was interviews with a couple people that said coming back to do Devil's Rejects was not only fun because you got to work with Rob again, but you guys had basically kind of turned into a big extended family in that, I mean, you guys just had a blast on it, which really comes across on the screen.
Well, it makes a world of difference. I mean, it does come across. It makes the process easier. It gives more life to the individual character. It allows us to relate to each other on screen in a very reasonable and vivid manner. I mean, and I think that shows in all of Rob's pictures. All of them. What has he done? 3 in a trailer for
the Grindhouse.
Yeah.
But there's a level of brilliant insanity that bubbles up through all of it. I mean, it absolutely is great fun working with him. I mean, you are never happier than when he asks you to work.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been in situations where the complete opposite is true, and that shows through on screen as well.
Will you have the opportunity of playing his new one coming out next year? That's a Tyrannosaurus Rex.
I don't know. It's always a coin toss. If Rob wants me, he'll call. That's all I can say. I don't anticipate anything, and if there's an opportunity to work with him, I'll absolutely do it. There's no question. But
You got a nice track record here so far with all his movies.
Oh no, it's fabulous. It's a blessing. I mean, in the truest sense of the word, it's a divine gift, and I appreciate it as such. But anticipation or assumptions, I can't make them. These are his choices, and basically I'm there to serve his vision, and it's a fabulous vision to participate in.
We got a couple emails that we got over the week here, and we got one comment that was up on our website at morningshowcentral.com. If you guys are just tuning in, we're talking to Tom Towles right now. He was in the House of a Thousand Corpses and a lot of other different movies out there, and a lot of different TV shows, NYPD Blue, you name it, a bunch of stuff. But, Don, what we got over there for as far as emails go?
I got a question here from Don Jameson. He wanted me to say that, let's see. He wanted to ask how the character Otis was and who is a despicable lowlife such wow, Chris, this is a tough read.
A likable and funny guy.
Yeah, we're saying how could they have this guy who's supposed to be really vicious, but he's such a likable guy on the camera? And they want to know how it was working with Michael Rocker and how intense he was as Henry.
Henry was another interesting event with another first-time director who just did a great job, John McNaughton. And it was actually, let's see, had I done a movie before that? I think I'd done one before that. But I'd done just theater up till the time that we did Henry, and working with Michael Rooker and Tracy Arnold. Rooker and Tracy Arnold. Rooker is very intense. He's very focused. I mean, he loves what he does just like the rest of us do, but when he's in character, man, he's like a cruise missile in totally lockdown mode. He's just absolutely laser-like. And again, working on that, you know, Henry was an interesting project because we did a lot of research before we ever got in front of the camera, so we knew who these characters were from filmed and taped interviews and stories. We just read about them, and we lived them for about 30 days before we got in front of the camera. And I was fortunate because I had a dentist friend of mine, Dr. Paul Landon, make me some really despicable teeth. You know, I mean, these teeth are just heinous, and they just fit right over mine. And once you pop those in, it's kind of not possible not to look like a psycho when you smile. Yeah. You know, when you go, hi, how you doing? And then you begin to strangle somebody, everybody just thinks you're automatically crazy.
I'm picturing that. I'm picturing that right now.
Yeah, no, it's truly disgusting. And we got a lot of good press on it. Got nominated for an Independent Spirit Award. Everybody in the cast got nominated. Nobody won. But you know, when I finally came out to L.A. after doing that movie, there were casting directors, women primarily, who would not see me. They just did not want me in their office because I don't want him near me.
Right.
was the standard quote. So,
wow.
You know, I guess we did sort of a good job with that.
I think that was the first part of the question was how you made Otis, who was like such a ridiculous character, be likable and funny.
Again, it's the environment you work in. You know, you get an opportunity with really good directors to extend yourself into that part. And I've always believed that every villain, no matter how heinous his acts, has at his core some sense of humor.
Right.
You know, I mean, they're surprisingly well-rounded guys. They're just usually totally fucking nuts. But their nutsness doesn't mean that they can't enjoy a joke every once in a while.
Of course.
You know, or enjoy the joy of killing someone.
Right.
Which really takes them over the top. It's, you know, that's why I really enjoy doing villains, because they have a greater opportunity to have fun than most heroes do.
Mm-hmm.
On a very dark and psychotic level, but still.
Which is the best kind of fun, really.
Huh?
I said, which is the best kind of fun, really.
Absolutely.
That's opinion.
Now we have one last question for you in an email that actually it was a comment that was left on our website, and Dom's got that too. What do you got, Dom?
He said, Tom, you had a recurring role in NYPD Blue. Should an interesting character come along with great development potential, would you consider a long-term TV gig, or does it become tedious being the same character every day?
That's a really interesting question. When I was younger, it would have become tedious. Now that I'm older and see the value of a steady income, it's a question of, give me the opportunity to become tired.
Right.
You know, I love doing NYPD Blue. At the time that we did it, I did the pilot, and I did 7 of the first 12 episodes of the very first year.
I love that show.
It was a great cast with only one psycho, and I'd worked with Dennis Franz. We'd done theater in Chicago for 5 years before that. And it was also some of the best writing that was on television at the time. It was really like doing theater in a lot of ways. So I enjoyed that tremendously. But when you do what they call 1 hour episodic, it is a factory gig. There is no doubt about it. You are working 5, sometimes 6 days a week, a minimum of 12 hours every day just to get the show done. And on top of that, you're getting rewritten almost every day as well. So, I mean, it's really, really pounding, occasionally mind-numbing work. And that's why I admire people like Dennis Franz, who actually did the show from the beginning until it ended. Mm-hmm. So he's a very, very, very wealthy man as a result of it. But I think he's been resting for the last 4 or 5 years, because I haven't heard from him. But he's got enough money to retire any place he wants to in the fucking world.
That's true. Yeah, it's true.
But it takes its toll. It really does take its toll.
Yeah,
best gigs on television are half-hour sitcoms.
The thing I don't like is the TV nowadays is all these stupid reality TV shows, man. I'm getting sick of these reality TV shows. I mean, like, what happened to you in China on a game show or something, a new show that's out right now. All kinds of different things that are going on out there. Like all these stupid millionaire shows and all this other crap. I just don't like them. I like the old stuff like NYPD Blue, ER, stuff like that, I can sit down and watch that type of stuff, but, I can't really get into
I think what
game.
your problem is, and I don't get it yet myself, you need to, maybe it's just a different form of art that you need to understand. Maybe you're just not appreciating it for what it is.
You gotta watch
watching real people be fucking ridiculous.
There is no art in that shit.
I tried. Tom.
I'm gonna vomit right fucking here. All that we're dealing with is marketplace.
I tried so hard to be devil's advocate.
Broadcast television,
I'm on your side in that one.
The marketplace is being dictated by that sort of entertainment. It's cheap, it's easy to produce, but at the same time, their market share is being continually eroded by cable and satellite television.
That's true.
I mean, the fact that you guys are now on internet radio has eroded the market share of broadcast radio, which is a fine, fine thing as far as I'm concerned.
I agree.
It allows a broader audience to receive a more diverse spectrum of information and with a better opportunity to participate directly. The best writing that takes place on television right now is nowhere near broadcast TV. It's all on cable.
Mm-hmm.
There's some great shows. One of my personal faves is Californication with David Duchovny.
Oh, that show is amazing.
That show is absolutely fabulous. It is superb writing, and writing to me is the cornerstone of everything.
Have you seen Dexter on Showtime?
Oh my God, Dexter! What a great
all-time fucking favorite show.
And I swear to God, man, I read the original book, and then they said they were going to make a TV series out of it. I thought, how the fuck are they going to do that?
And they did it so great.
They did it brilliantly.
I went back and
brilliantly, and the book, by comparison, I'm sorry, was really not that good.
Dude, I totally agree. Because I went back and actually read the book after I'd seen the first season, and I read the first book. And while it was still cool, I still, I was imagining Michael C. Hall, and I couldn't get that out of my mind. That show, the writing and everything else, the way it's done, is absolutely sick to me. I love it.
It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Weeds is another great show.
That's I like that show, yeah.
Showtime has overwhelmed HBO.
Yeah.
However, I got to give HBO props for putting up Rome, which, since I am a major history buff, is probably the best presentation of, Roman history that I've ever seen outside of a series called I, Claudius, which is from a book in the 30s that premiered as a PBS series about, 20 years ago or more. But Rome is a brilliant, brilliant show. But again, I'm freaked out by that positive, glamorous, nasty history.
Speaking about participating, Tom, we have any questions in our chat room right now for Tom Towles? You're listening to Uncensored Net Noise.
Yeah, I got 2 questions here. One was, when you worked on the movie Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, what was the toughest scene for you to do?
Oh, probably a couple of them, actually. The home invasion was pretty grueling, and from an acting point of view, trying to remain physically in control while you're actually having to manhandle so many people. And in the end, one of the women actually had to go to the hospital because she was so shaken emotionally. She wasn't harmed physically. I mean, we made it an absolute point to do that, but by the time it was all said and done, she was bordering on hysteria. And that was frightening to recognize when you'd worked so diligently not to present her with any real harm, but you still had the responsibility to create a psychological and emotional tone that clearly worked but was a little overwhelming. The second one after that was probably the rape scene with Tracy Arnold. That was another one in which you're working very, very hard to remain in complete physical control because it is so easy to hurt someone under those circumstances. And even at that, we had to stop 4 or 5 times just so she could settle down again. This is just, one of the aspects of the business, and particularly when you're doing a film like that, where, violence and horror and misogyny are the core of the entire piece.
I have 2 more questions for you, Tom, before we have to let you go.
Sure.
The one question for you is one of mine. I wanted to find out. What would you rather prefer doing? Would you rather do, like, big films or, like, small films or just, like, TV shows? What would you rather prefer to do if you had a choice?
It's how do you ask a whore what she would rather do?
I usually don't ask. That's how.
Yeah, I mean, you don't ask them, you tell them. And I love all of what I do. I find I enjoy writing more now than I do acting. But somebody hires me to do something. Going to work for Rob is always a gift. I finished Miami Vice about 2 years ago. That was a huge picture. That was a lot of fun. I've done the full spectrum, and I've enjoyed all of it. I mean, I'm a fucking whore. I have no say in this. Pay me, bitch. I'll perform for you. I don't care.
Hey, would you take food stamps if I brought you out to our September 19th bash here in Cleveland?
Would I take food stamps?
Yes. I got my stimulus check coming. Would you take that?
How many food stamps?
I right now in my wallet, I probably got like 5 or 6 of them.
Oh, man.
Do you really?
No, I'm sorry, honey, you're gonna have to roll on. I got other shit to do.
Okay, all right. Well, I try. I got my how about my stimulus check? I got it coming from George Bush.
Oh my God! Oh, what? You got the $300 or the $600?
I got the $600.
Shit, yeah, I'm yours, bitch.
All right, cool. There you go. September 19th here in Cleveland. Tom Towles will be here.
What can we do with you?
Yeah. All right. No direct fluid exchange and no kissing. That's all I have to say about that.
Perfect.
All right, we got one last question for Tom Towles. What do you got down?
I have. Let's see. To this point in your career, what movie would you consider your crowning achievement?
Ooh. I'm still incredibly proud of Henry. I thought that was, for what we had to work with in terms of budget, in terms of time, and how it ended up, I think that still sits at the very, very top of things at this point.
This is completely off the subject of Henry, like completely different side of the spectrum, but I had to mention it. We are broadcasting from downtown Cleveland, and for those of you who don't know, Tom has his very own Cleveland ties. He was on an episode of Drew Carey.
Absolutely. Drew Carey.
Had to throw that out
Ohio! Actually, Drew Carey was a fun show to work.
Was it?
He's hysterical. A great guy to work with. The entire cast was fabulous, and absolutely loved it. That's what I mean. You want to have a great time, work sitcoms.
One of my exes, her mom had gone to high school with Drew, and a couple of her friends went to high school with him. and he flew a bunch of them out to Vegas for like a weekend or something, just recently with his new fiance and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
And, God, I'm so horrible. I forget the chick's name, but whoever plays Mimi was out there with them and some other actress and Drew's fiance. And they all went into the store that they thought was a clothing store, and Mimi and this other chick started trying on clothes, and then about 5 minutes later, they were getting yelled at by the people that owned the store because they found out it wasn't a store at all, it was a dry cleaner.
Oh, shit. That's brilliant. That's so brilliantly
I had a good time
insane,
with
man.
that.
You couldn't write that shit. That's
Right?
wonderful. Oh, sorry, that caught me completely off guard. Man.
Tom, what do you have on the horizon coming up? Do you have anything planned in the works right now?
You know, a strike's pending. There's hardly any work going on. Yeah, I have one that I did called Blood on the Highway. They're looking for a distributor for that right now. Another one that comes out in August called Homecoming. I think that has a distributor. They'll probably all end up straight to DVD. But those are both pretty fun, crazy films that I had a good time doing. But outside that, man, you know, the universe is filled with possibilities, and I'm trying to figure out which one are mine.
Tom, we wanted you to do, just one little favor, just a little deal. And I don't know if you're going to get any of Chris's food stamps for it. But
yeah, don't charge me for this, Tom. I don't want to get a bill in the mail.
If you could just give us a little promo ID saying who you are and you're listening to Uncensored Net Noise, that'd be great.
All right.
The $5 food stamps.
Entirely up to you, of course.
All right. How do you want to do this? Do you want to cue it?
Whenever you're ready, go.
Hi, this is Tom Towles, and you're listening to Uncensored Net Noise. Turn it off! It's a trap! Stop! Turn it off!
Yes.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm using that for my show. I'm cutting it up.
You can check out Tom Towles at tomtowles.net, and you can also check out his MySpace page at myspace.com/Tom Towles.
Hey, Tom, if I add you and message you, will you message me back, or you just ignore everybody?
I don't handle that. I have a web master who handles most of that. You can add me and message me, and we'll figure out a way to get it together. But
see, I'm hooked up. I'm hooked up right now. I've been talking back and forth with Tracy.
oh yeah, that's who does it.
Yeah.
You're hooked, man.
I'm hooked. I'm in.
She knows how to get to me direct.
Now I have.
There you go.
Awesome, Tom.
That'll work though. All right, Tom. I appreciate you coming on our show, and you've been great, man.
It's been my pleasure, guys. Thank you so much. Have a great
good
day.
one.
All right, Tom. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye. And there you have it. There's Tom Towles.
Oh, that was awesome.
I loved it, man.
Awesome.
This is the best of Uncensored Net Noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
What's up? It's Joe Howard here, hosting the best of Uncensored Net Noise. Right here, the boys got to interview Wayne Static from Static X. I tend to not listen to Static X, but I do have that one song where they go, wah, and just do monkey noises. That's a new campaign song for Obama. That's what I heard. Here it is, the guys interviewing Wayne Static from Static X.
I'm going to get Wayne on the line now, so give me about a second here. All right, we should have him on the line right now. What's going on, Wayne?
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
We're out, I'm out with my hot, sexy wife. Getting ready to take her over to Victoria's Secret to buy some sexy clothes for me.
Now, I was reading some stuff about that on that you got married to her, and I just wanted to make sure, I wanted to clarify, make sure it was true. So, how long have you guys been married?
Since January.
Since January, and how's
Yeah.
everything going?
It's awesome.
That's cool, but I don't want to get. I don't want this interview to sound like that I'm like on my knees sucking your cock or anything like that, though. But but I'm like one of the biggest Static X fans that you could possibly find on the face of the earth.
That's cool. I appreciate that, man.
And
he did put his knee pads on prior to calling you, though.
Yes, I did. But I wanted to let you know that all the music that you guys have been putting out there, it's excellent. And I just picked up the new Cannibal CD, and Destroyer is one of my favorite songs on that CD.
Cool, man. I appreciate it.
But
appreciate that.
I wanted to get into a little bit of detail and find out a little bit about the band and find out how long you guys been together and so on and so forth. So, how long has Static X been together?
I guess technically since '94, when I moved to LA, and I guess like Koichi joined the band, I think around '96 or something like that. But Tony and I, the core of the band, have been together since '94. We have a different drummer now than we started with, but so I don't know, how long is that? What year is it right now?
2008, brother.
Oh, I guess that's 14 years. That's crazy, huh?
Yes, yeah. Now, when you guys were up here in Cleveland, because I saw you at I think it was the Family Values tour with I think it was with Soil, I believe it was, and you guys were up here in Cleveland, and I checked out the show, and that's the first time I listened to, like, I went there to see you guys, but I was going there to see about Soil and stuff like that, and I really dug the music in that. But the thing I wanted to find out, now there's like stuff out there on the internet that they're saying like you're like a disco, like tech type of like metal band, like real heavy disco, because you use a lot of like different things in your music. And I was wondering, what do you say about some of the people out there thinking that your music's like along the lines of like a disco type feel? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, we kind of put that out there in the beginning just as a joke. We started calling ourselves Evil Disco just because, everyone was always trying to label us something, and people started calling us new metal and all that. And, I always thought we were more like Ministry or, Skinny Puppy, like crossed with Pantera or, something like that in my mind. So we just kind of came up with the Evil Disco thing ourselves, and everybody calls us something different, and that's one of the cool things about what we do is, we can go out and we could play with Ministry, we could go out and play with Pantera. What we do is, we can go out and play with Linkin Park, we can go play with all different kinds of bands because we do have so many elements.
That's awesome, though. Now, let me ask you this, though, while I got you here. When you guys got together with, was there a lot of, like building of the band? I mean, how did you guys get together? I mean, back in '94 when you guys put the band together, or maybe even earlier than that, though. But how did you guys get started with Static X stuff?
Our original drummer and I were playing in a band in Chicago for several years, and then we decided to move out to LA because just things weren't happening in Chicago. So we moved out to LA and kind of just started building it there, and just ran into people by chance. We didn't really hold auditions or anything like that. We just, hear people or friends of friends and things like that. And, went through a whole bunch of different guitar players and bass players and right away. And, Koichi and Tony ended up being great, and there was a certain chemistry. And then, from there we just experimented a lot with different sounds, and, it took us a couple of years to figure out what, before we really sounded like Static X. We were much more of like a hardcore metal band when we first started.
That's awesome. Now, when you guys got to putting the band together and you finally got everything together, did you guys think that, you were going to be really, really popular like you are right now? I mean, did you guys think, well, we're just going to be some local band here and we're just going to be playing like, different gigs, or were you guys stoked when you guys got out there to the mainstream media or mainstream audio or media or whatever the case may be? Or
yeah, I mean, we didn't really plan on trying to get signed or any of that stuff. I mean, I had pretty much, given up on that, because it's just so hard. Like anyone who's in a band and trying to get signed, they know it's just so hard. There's so many bands, and the industry's not in great shape. And so we really started the band for fun and just tried to have fun and a good time, and put on shows that we thought would be entertaining, and we didn't take ourselves too seriously, and I think that was the appeal of the band to the masses. As soon as we decided that we didn't want to get signed anymore, then that's when everything just started taking off, and because you can see when a band's having fun up there. We're not the kind of band that goes up and screams because we're like pissed off and stuff. We go out and we go up there and scream and jump around because it's fun.
Now, I'm listening to you on the phone with us right now, and you sound like you're all like one of these proper kids, like back in, you went to probably one of those reform schools or something like that. But when you're on the phone with me right now, I'm talking to you. You sound like you're like the proper guy. But when you get on stage, dude, that voice changes big time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, well, a lot of people don't realize too, to be in a successful band, you have to be a businessman. I'm the owner of 2 multi-million-dollar corporations: our touring corporation, our recording corporation. So, you got to really have your head on straight. It's not all about just going on stage and, getting crazy and partying, which I love, and we do plenty of that. But during the day, you got to have your head on straight, and like you're talking to businessman Wayne Static right now.
Right. Now, if I wanted to talk to Wayne Static on the stage, what would I get then?
When I'm on stage, I'm a different animal, the whole experience just takes over, and it's just it really is like a Jekyll and Hyde thing. I'm a totally different person on stage.
No, what was one of the biggest venues that you guys ever performed at?
Probably the biggest venues were some of the European festivals, in Germany. We've played for 100,000 people, opening for Metallica and Korn. Probably the best show of my life that I can remember that I thought was just absolutely awesome was in Mexico City with Korn and Linkin Park. We played for 60,000 people that were just going absolutely crazy. So we've played for some huge audiences, but it seems like anything over about 20 or 30,000, you really can't tell the difference anymore because you can only see so far when you're playing,
Right. That's insane, though. I mean, because the concert, I seen you at the amphitheater when you guys came here in Cleveland, though, and that's not a big venue, But, it could pack a house there, though. But, some of the videos that I watched and you guys done some live stuff and, they point the camera out to the crowd and it's like it goes for miles, And
yeah.
it's insane, though. Now how do you go by the experience with getting into the music today, and then thinking about like back in the day how the music industry is now. So if I wanted to put it in easier terms, if the music industry of today, is it better or worse today, or is it like dwindling down into like nothing right now?
It's in a big state of change right now, and I don't think we're not really going to see how it turns out. It's only, it's just making predictions right now. Everything is very fragmented. I think there's, way too many bands. Everyone's, trying to promote themselves on MySpace, and, there's all the labels are fragmented now. And
let me ask you about MySpace. Let me ask you about MySpace real quick, though. When bands are out there promoting their stuff on MySpace, do you think that's a really useful tool to use to get out there and promote your band and stuff like that, or do you just think it's just a waste of time on MySpace?
Well, it's obviously a useful tool. There's a lot of bands out there promoting themselves, and, whether it's going to help the music industry, I don't know. It seems like in the future there's going to be a lot of little bands, and there's going to be no more like Metallicas, there's going to be no more Korns or anything like that. It's going to be all just a million little bands, everyone selling, a couple thousand CDs, no more million CDs. So to me, that's my prediction. That's where everything's going. The days of the Metallicas are gone.
Right. Now, I've been noticing, too, a lot of the bands out there, a lot of the groups and stuff like that are actually going to, like, Walmart and going to, like, these other stores and
doing
selling their stuff.
Deals and all that, yeah.
Now,
that's kind of, where it's at a little bit, because that's the only way to really make money selling CDs anymore is to do an exclusive deal, and then, you get Walmart or Best Buy or whoever to really push that for you. And, we do a little of that too. We always have a special edition for Walmart, a special edition for Best Buy, and that's just one of the little ways of actually marketing things. For me, in this point, it's not. My focus now isn't necessarily about selling as many CDs as we can. That used to be like the measure of your success. Now the measure of your success is, can you make a career out of being a musician? Can you go out and tour for a year and make money? And that's, we're one of the few lucky bands that we can actually go out and do that. And that's how you measure success now.
Now, what is the band up to right now? You just got done doing a new CD, Cannibal, and you guys get ready to hit the road to do some stuff with it, or what?
No, dude. Well, Cannibal came out, it's been over a year now. So we toured all last year, starting in April all the way up until November. And we recorded one of those shows, and we got a live, our first ever full-length concert live DVD coming out October 7th. It's called Cannibal Killers Live, and it's awesome. Sounds great. We shot it in Spokane, Washington, 6-camera shoot, and the full full live audio. It's awesome. I can't even explain how great this thing looks and sounds. It's coming out October 7th, so we're really excited about that. And by the way, this is the first interview I've done where I've actually talked about this. So we're actually making the official announcement next week of the release date. So you heard it here first.
Thank you, Wayne. Don, do you have any questions for Wayne while we got him on the line here?
Yeah, I got a question. I'm another guitarist, and the question I have is, do you consider yourself a technical guitarist?
I don't at all, really. I don't really play leads very well. I'm very basic. I consider myself more of a songwriter than a singer or a guitarist, or maybe even more of an entertainer even than a songwriter. My guitar playing skills are pretty basic. I don't really know how to play too much other than what I play, you know. I do what I do pretty well, and that's about all I do, though.
I think you do an awesome job playing the rhythm in there. And the more songs I listen to, the more your music really draws you into and really brings you part of the song. And I compliment you on that. I think you have a real strong talent there in the rhythm section.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I know that's what my forte is. I got a good, strong, right picking hand, and I'm good at hooking up with the drums and coming up with some good crunchy rhythms, and I know that's what I do best, so I pretty much stick to that, and I leave all the soloing to Koichi.
Yeah, he does a great job there. When you're writing your songs, do you do it by yourself, or do you get the drummer and you guys build a song together? Or how do you?
I write exclusively by myself. I accept ideas from everyone, and I sift through those and basically write by myself. That's just the way I've always done it. For some reason, if you put me in a room with a bunch of other guys, we end up just like jerking off playing a bunch of old Kiss songs or something, and I can't focus. Like for me, I get inspired and I hear things in my head, and I have to sit in a room by myself and with a drum machine and a keyboard and a guitar and a sampler and just kind of hash it out all on my own, and I do it all on my own and then present that to the band, and then we all kind of hash it out together, and everyone adds their own little stuff after that.
Wayne, I got a question for you here. Who is one of your influences in music?
There's so many. I guess, when I was young, Paul Stanley from Kiss is the one who made me, realize that I wanted to be a rock star. I wanted to be a frontman guitar player. From there, there's other guys like James Hetfield, Tommy Victor from Prong. Those are two great, rhythm players who also sing. And then, there's the whole Ministry thing. I think Al Jorgensen was just brilliant, and, the stuff he did even up till now is just absolutely awesome. Skinny Puppy, Nine Inch Nails, all that kind of stuff I'm into as well. The melding of the darker sounds with the keyboards and the dance beats.
Blood Dog, you have a question for Wayne?
Yeah, I was wondering, what's your best backstage story? What was the weirdest thing that's ever happened to you backstage?
Yeah, I don't know if I want to talk about that. I don't know.
Come on, Wayne, give me something.
Yeah, you got to give us something.
The best backstage story I could tell you is how I met my wife, but I don't know if I could say that on the air.
Oh, she's sitting next to you? I take that as a yes. Now, getting to your wife, though, you've been married since January, and I just got to ask you, dude, you're one lucky son of a bitch, man.
Yeah, I know.
You are. You are fucking luckier than all hell, man. I mean, I was looking at pictures of her online, and when I was looking at the pictures, I mean, dude, I had to go in and out of the room for a minute. I had to take care of some business. I took the picture.
You and every other guy on the planet, dude. So I know how lucky I am.
So I mean, how's it been since you guys been married since January? I mean, is everything going okay?
Yeah, everything's great. She moved out to L.A. here with me, and we're having a great time, and couldn't be happier. It's the happiest time of my life. Let me tell you. The band's doing great. Got the best wife anyone could ever ask for.
Now, how long where did you hail from? Where did you originally hail from?
I grew up in Michigan.
Okay. And when you where do you stay now? You're in what on the West Coast now?
Yeah, I've been in LA for since '94, since we started this band. I don't know.
That's cool. And what's some of the upcoming stuff that you're going to be doing with Static X?
Well, I already mentioned the DVD coming out in October, and we are currently in rehearsals to start recording our next CD, which I'm also very excited about. And everyone can expect that sometime early next year. I don't want to say too much about it right now because it's still in the early stages, but it's going to be awesome, and it's some of the best songs I think I've ever written. And anyone who likes Static X is absolutely going to love the next CD as well.
Now, are you going to be coming to Cleveland anytime soon?
Of course we will. We always come to Cleveland.
That's going to be awesome. You got my phone number. You got them both. You got to get a hold of me as soon as you come to Cleveland because I like to. I will. I like to be there up front and watch the show.
Yeah, he get his knee pads out.
Dude, I will definitely have my knee pads ready for Wayne Static, man, when I'm out there. Dude's he's an idol of mine.
I understand that. I really understand that.
He's I got all of the CDs. I listen to him all the time and stuff. He's like a dime bag Daryl to you.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
You need a napkin or something to wipe that draw off your chin, man?
No, I'm good, man. I'm good. But Wayne, man, it's been great having you on the show, man.
Definitely.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity to come on and announce to the world our DVD coming up, and it was nice talking to you, and we'll see you in Cleveland. We'll be on tour early next year when the next CD comes out.
That's awesome, dude. Can you do me a quick favor and say this is Wayne Static and you're listening to Uncensored Net Noise?
What's it called?
Uncensored Net Noise.
Uncensored Net Noise?
Yes.
Cool. Hey, this is Wayne Static from Static X. You're listening to Uncensored Net Noise.
Thank you, Wayne. It's been great, man. And what I'm going to do is I got your song on deck here. We're going to go ahead and play that for you. You guys can check him out on our website at morningshowcentral.com. We have all the links to his MySpace page, to his Static X website. His full bio is up on the front page of the website. And if you want to get a hold of the band, I'm sure if you check out the MySpace, I'm sure he'll contact you guys or comment back to you whenever he gets a chance to. So, Wayne, it's been awesome, dude.
Cool.
All right,
thanks.
Thanks, bud. All right. Bye.
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on morningshowcentral.com.
Hi, everybody. It's Joe Howard from the Nelson and Joe Hour. So me and Nelson do a show right here on Uncensored Net Noise every other Saturday or whenever we can get together because we're comedians and we can hardly get together on a Saturday. But we try to do a show when we can. So check it out if you get a chance. But I'm here right now hosting the best of Uncensored Net Noise. The guys do a show every Friday night from 9 till whenever. And the boys recently got to interview Tim King, who's the bassist from the band Soil. I'm not real familiar with who Soil is, but I'm sure there's a stripper at Pinky's dancing to their music right now.
You're listening to the best of Uncensored Net Noise on morningshowcentral.com.
I'm going to bring Tim on the line here now. He's the bassist from Soil. So give me a second. All right, we got him locked into the system right now. What's going on, Tim?
What's up, brother? How are you doing, man?
Not too bad, man. Right off the bat, though, I just got, I'm a homo for Soil. First, right off the bat, I want to say that.
Whoa. There's a lot better ways to say that.
Yeah, you don't have to say homo.
Yeah,
to that,
that's ridiculous.
I'm a homo for Soil. I don't care.
Why don't you say you're just a straight up homo then?
Yeah,
I'm a straight up homo.
I quit the show right now.
So we are playing a gay pride parade next month.
Are you really?
Chris may be leading it.
Shit.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
No, that's totally fine.
Yeah. But, Tim, no, seriously, I went to the family picnic tour here in Cleveland at the Tower City Amphitheater back in 2004 when you guys were here and with Static X and everything. And,
awesome, a family picnic.
Yeah, the family picnic thing. Yeah, family tour, family picnic. What did I say? Tour, picnic?
That was a great idea. It was guys get in for $10 and girls get in for free.
Right. It was an awesome show, and you guys kicked ass. But you know what? I was actually there to go see Static X, and I wanted to see the group. I never knew anything about Soil until you guys went up there.
Cool. I'm glad we got a fan out of it.
You know why he was there to see Static X? Since we just found out this new shit about Chris, he heard disco metal, and disco locked into his fucking brain. So he was like, I gotta be there, guys. And then now he likes Soil, and he's a homo for Soil, too. That's great.
I thought maybe he liked Trick.
But I have a bunch of questions for you, though, right off the bat, though. The first question I got for you, what have you guys been up to? I mean, you guys been off the radar a little bit, though.
Yeah, we've been writing a new record, really taking a lot of time and a lot of energy writing that. We actually did a quick little month-long headline tour out in March, but other than that, we've just been really holed up writing a new record, and we're almost done. We've got about 30 songs written so far. We're probably going to write a couple of more and pop in the studio, pick the cream of the crop, and start recording in probably September is what we're shooting at, and then go for an early 2009 release. So we're really excited with the way the new material's come along. It's definitely got the classic soul song, but we're kind of experimenting into a couple new territories, which is going to be really interesting to see how it turns out.
Now, you got an upcoming show coming up right now at the Starland Ballroom here in Sayreville, New Jersey.
Sayreville, New Jersey.
Yeah, that's the place to play out there.
Yeah.
The good old Starland. Yeah, it's us, Typo Negative, and Wednesday 13. So it should be a really good show. We haven't actually played the Starland since we played there with, I think Static X was the last band we played there with, that or Mushroom Head. So it'll be good to get back there.
I'd like to check it out, man, because I'm a fan of all those, especially a Wednesday 13, man.
Well, why don't you come on out? I'll put you on the guest list.
Dude, they're going to be here July 3rd at House of Blues.
So, you got to get us on here in the Cleveland one here at the House of Blues.
Dude, anything you guys need for that, I got the hookup.
Dude,
I'll
be there.
I know the bass player. Me and him are homos for each other.
God, there's so much gay love going on right now. I got to get out of here.
You know what? We can actually on July 3rd. Yeah, we can do that.
What day? That's a Friday.
Yeah,
Thursday.
I think I had another show
Thursday.
to go
That's
to.
a Thursday. Yeah, that's a morality check one.
Dude, that's this week, isn't it?
Yeah.
I had my show to do. I had something else to do, but fuck that. I haven't seen Typo Negative since we did their, they did a CD release party or something I went to here in Cleveland, a year or two ago.
Yeah.
I was at that, and with Soiled, fuck yeah, dude. I'll go.
Yeah, we're going. Definitely, for sure. Throw us on the list, man. 3 people, man. I'll call you later and let you know the names.
Perfect. Jägermeister's on us.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. Okay, now I just got gay.
I was about to say the same
Jaeger
thing.
tour. We get plenty of Jägermeister, and we're not afraid to share. So
yeah, I just got gay after I heard that. So
the only problem is you walk on the bus, you crawl off. That's the only rule we have.
I didn't even plan on getting off, but hey, if I can crawl off, that's fine.
Okay. Well, you guys really do like the homosexual in that, huh?
Dude, Chris started it. I'm gonna run with it. Screw it.
Screw it. Fuck it. Who cares? Yeah, we go by the seat of our pants when we do this show, man.
I'll tell you what. I remember when I first heard of Soil. I was younger. I mean, I'm only 24, and I don't remember. I got like a free T-shirt somewhere. I want to say like it was fucking After Prom or some shit. It was like this oversized XXL Soil shirt, and I'm like, what? I gotta check these guys out. And then this was a long time. I don't even remember how long ago it was.
That's when Ryan was with the group, wasn't it?
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, it was a long time. It was a while ago.
Yeah. Now you guys are from Chicago, huh?
Yep.
And how long you guys been doing this music that you guys have been doing for so many years and stuff like that?
This past January actually marks 11 years that we've been doing Soil together.
Wow.
Yeah, me, our guitar player Adam, and our drummer Tom have actually been playing since we've been like little kids together. So it's like we've been playing for almost 16 years together, if you can believe that.
Now I was reading someplace on some internet website about Soil, and they were talking about there was some guy that you can correct me if I'm wrong. There was some guy that was some DJ that took your music and played it over and over and over again in rotation, in heavy rotation and everything, and that's how one of your songs got really huge, and then there was a bidding war that started. Now, tell me a little bit about that.
What had happened was we went in with this producer called Johnny K, he's actually doing a Stained record right now. But we went with him and demoed up 3 songs, one of them which was our song Halo. And this radio, we were sending it off to places, and this program director named Pat Lynch down in Orlando, Florida, on the station WJRR, got a hold of it and asked if he could give it a couple of test spins to see what his listeners thought. And it just somehow, one of those 1 in a million things, it just ignited and blew up. And he ran with it and just kept spinning it and spinning it and spinning it. And then next thing you know, every major label in the book came flying out to our rehearsal space, and we did some showcases and had, like you said, a bidding war going on, and Clive Davis won. So, we signed to J Records and then put out 2 albums through them. And the funny thing is the version of Halo that's on the Scars record is actually the demo version. We never changed it. We just
really?
We just remixed it.
Oh wow! What was your favorite album to put out though?
I would have to say Scars. I love all our records, and I think True Self is probably my favorite. That's our newest record. But man, when you sign to a major label and you have all this hype around you, and you have a hit single blown up on the radio, and you're just like god of the day for that moment in time, man. There's just no feeling like that. When you fly into an airport, you got limos picking you up, you go in all the best hotels, you're on tour with Ozzy, then you do Ozfest, you're in every magazine. It's such an awesome feeling,
Now, I was also reading on some internet website too. There was one of your albums, I think it was Scars, and it was floating around the internet, and I guess the master got released or something by mistake or whatever the case may be, and it ended up on all these P2P websites and torrent websites and all this stuff, and people were downloading it for free. What do you think about copyrighted and pirated music?
You know what? I never even heard of that happening. So as far as our album goes, but in the music business right now, it's so weird. At one point I get angry with people downloading free music because they're not supporting the bands. But on the other end of the spectrum, I've been burned quite a few times with going out and spending, $12, $13 on an album that just really sucks,
Oh, I hear you on that.
Yeah, and it's like I think if people downloaded stuff just to make sure that they enjoyed it and then claimed ownership by going out and buying the record, we'd all be okay. But it's kind of like, why should I pay for something when I can get it for free, is a lot of people's mentalities, and they don't realize how much it hurts the artist when, you're out touring and things like that, and if you're not selling a ton of records, bands are sent home all the time because the record label doesn't want to keep pumping money into something that's not selling, and kids and fans and everybody just need to realize that, if they want their favorite bands to keep coming around and they want to be able to have more music by these bands they like so much, they have to help them out by buying the records, by going to a show, by buying, some T-shirts or some merchandise, They always pinpoint Metallica and like Linkin Park by being, oh, well, they have millions and they have millions, but they got that because of the support of the fans.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's like they deserve that.
Yep.
They worked hard to get like that. And, just by being a band 11 years, we always make fun of ourselves by calling us like the cockroaches of rock, because we always somehow maintain a way to survive. And, we have our ups and downs. There's times where, we're living off, cans of tuna fish and ramen noodles for a month.
Dude, I'm there. I've been like that. I'm still like that, man.
I was born with a ramen in my hand.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you'll get a nice a good wave of some stuff, and you're up to filet mignon. But it's just the kind of the ups and downs in the music industry, and kind of how bad do you want it? Everybody has their ups and downs, and I was it's kind of funny because I was talking to the singer of Bad Company, Brian Howe, and he was just telling me about the ups and downs in his career, and he sold with Bad Company, sold like 30 million records with that band.
Damn,
and
that's a lot of albums.
Yeah, he's just like, man, there's been times where I've been at the bottom of the barrel, but, you got to keep pushing it and keep going like that. And, it's a testament for bands that last, as long as some of these bands do. And, so many new bands just don't understand it. They think that, if the limos aren't picking them up every time they come to the airport, then screw it, I'm not doing this. And those are the bands that, it weeds out the weak in some ways,
Now,
But to get back to your point, yeah, I wish people would gain ownership and at least spend the buck on iTunes to buy a song rather than pirate everything,
Yeah, stay off LimeWire.
Yeah, really. I do one better though. I go to the bands that I like and get them on my show and interview them, then ask them permission if I can play their music. Then I'm supporting them all the way. Then.
Yeah, it's like things like what you guys do. Like I remember when you were saying, can I get? Is it okay if I play your music on segments of my morning show or keep it, streaming audio? It's just like, of course, it's like that, by doing what you do, you open up a forum to people who maybe never heard of Soil before, or other bands, to be like, man, I love that song, can't get it out of my head, who is it? And, you get a record sale out of it. I never understood the mentality of people who are like, oh no, it's copyright infringement, or you can't use it without paying me. But it's like the long-term benefits from it,
right?
Through the roof. It's like, like I said, me being on your show, it'll go out and sell some more records for us, and in turn it'll, help us all out and stuff like that. You know, it's people don't understand that. They're always like, gimme, gimme, gimme all the time.
Yeah, they got their hand out and they want it, and then they realize, you know, okay, well, whatever, you know. But you know, when I go to like different people that come on our show, we try to ask permission before we play any type of their music on our show and stuff, and then you know we throw it on our 24-hour stream that we have here at MorningShowCentral.com. We put all the music from unsigned bands, and which is really cool too, because there's bands that you never ever fucking heard of before, and you're like, you know, I don't want to listen to this shit. But then when you listen to it, you go, wow, these guys are pretty good, you know. And
well,
then,
it's not
you
so
know,
much that I don't want to listen to this shit. It's just more or less the fact that it's newer bands. I mean, and I'll say it every single time we get in this conversation, and especially in the metal scene, there's so much friggin' talent in Cleveland, but not enough avenues to get it out there, and that's why I like doing what we do, because a lot more people can be able to hear about it, and, like, I don't want anything in return. I could give a shit.
Me too.
I want the band. Dude, Chimera, they're having in April, they got back from a tour of, like, Europe and Australia and New Zealand, and July 12th here, they're doing their 10-year anniversary show. And I just went to their show with Dethklok. Like, now they're starting to get out there. And it's bands like that need to get out there and get the recognition that they deserve and, you know, make the record sales.
Yeah, and Soil's another band, you know. So, I mean, yeah, they need, you know, anything we could do here at our show or network, we can help, you know, whatever we can do for you, we're there for you guys.
Awesome, we appreciate it. Same here.
You know,
so you guys better show up to some of the shows we have coming up.
Oh, we definitely will. July 3rd, and as long as you put us on the list, we'll be there.
Of course, you're set, man.
And we'll bring our recorder, and if we can get a video camera in that bitch, we'll do some video and throw it up on our website.
So you say we could bootleg their shows and stuff, Chris?
No, we'll interview them.
You can tell me the coolest thing I ever thought. The coolest thing I ever saw is I went to a flea market, and there were these bootleggers selling like copies of our like homemade DVDs of our stuff. Like, that's when I've really made it, is when I can go to a flea market and see bootleg.
You know, hell yeah.
On a blank CD, it says Soil written on the fucking thing, and it's not a label or nothing. It just says Soil on it, you know?
Exactly.
What album is it? What Soil album is it? I don't know. Just put it in your player and listen to it. I don't know. Here, it's $1, dude.
Dude, I'll tell you what, though, Tim. After going to that Dethklok show the other week,
was it cool? I'm dying to see that
Oh,
show.
my God. It was the sickest thing I have seen in a long, long time.
I heard they play in the dark and then show segments of the cartoon.
Yeah, that's exactly what they do. Like, the lighting on the band is low. Like, they got, like, deep red lights on the band and, like, a couple deep blues. And it's so funny because I watched the cartoon. That's about it. I never, like, researched them and everything, and I'll listen to the music. But I've never seen Brendan in person. And Brendan does not look like that growl should be coming out of his throat whatsoever.
I heard he's a tiny little dude.
Dude, he is. He's small, and he was like, I swear to God, like, I mean, when you listen to that music, and especially if you watch the cartoon, you almost expect somebody to kind of look like Nathan Explosion.
Yeah.
This dude comes out, and I swear to God, like, he's wearing, like, designer jeans. He's wearing a nice, you know, kind of short, smaller, tight-fitting, button-up, nice-looking designer shirt.
That's funny.
But dude, he just absolutely tears it up. It's so sick. But yeah, they play the cartoon behind the band, but they play the band playing the song that they're playing. Everything syncs up to a T. It's ridiculous. Like Nathan Explosion's mouth goes exactly with Brendan's lyrics, and they do little exclusive stuff in between the set. And I had, like, honestly, the biggest shit-eating grin on my face the whole time. I felt like a schoolgirl.
Oh, dude, that's badass. You know what? Our producer, Ulrich Wild, who actually did the Dethklok record and did our last record, he was telling me about it because he went to the show, and he said it's like a combination of, like, these total badass metal dudes and then these little cartoon geeks.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was so funny because, I mean, I'll go there and I'll see a lot of the people that I'm used to seeing in the scene here, and then I see people that I wouldn't even imagine ever seeing at a show in my life, and then people come and dressing up as Dr. Roxo, and just, it's such a cool mix, but, I mean, everybody gets along, everybody has a good time, the people that want to thrash get down and thrash, everybody else just, you know, kind of chills. Dude, it was
Dr.
fun.
Roxo is the bomb. We bought the Metalocalypse first season DVD, and that's all we watched on our last
Dr. Roxo. On my other show that I do, I went to a soundboard. I forget what website it was on, but it's just a whole Dr. Roxo soundboard, and I went and made a fake interview between me and Dr. Roxo. It was one of the greatest things I've ever done in my life.
That is so. Well, you know that's supposed to be David Lee Roth.
Oh yeah, dude, of course. But see, I found that out, but I was kind of thrown off with like the Rob Halford hat, but I got it afterwards.
Yeah, it's just there.
I do cocaine.
It's awesome.
Now, let me ask you this. Now, the band itself, I mean, you guys are in the studio now making a new album and stuff, right?
We're actually writing the record. We'll be in the studio probably like September, yeah.
Okay. Now, tell me a little bit, how was the band formed? How did the band get together?
It's kind of a cool story. Me and Adam, our guitar player, and Tom, our drummer, we were actually in a death metal band called Oppressor. And we toured, like our first tour ever was in Europe with Cradle of Filth. And we were totally, the scene, you know, just, it was small, and death metal was kind of like, I wouldn't really say on its way out or whatnot, but it was just, the scene was so saturated, and everybody was just so worried about how they could be heavier than everybody else and so true and this and that kind of got a little burnt on it. And we were just sitting around one day, and we're like, man, wouldn't it be cool to like get back to our roots, like with Sabbath and, you know, early Metallica and, you know, Iron Maiden and stuff like that. And, well, not so much Maiden, but just more rock and roll roots. And we had been like huge fans of like Life of Agony and stuff, and Corrosion of Conformity. And we're like, let's get together and, you know, so we're not so burnt out all the time as, you know, let's get together and start like a little rock band, just like a little side project. So we started doing that, and then I was actually the singer for Oppressor, and I tried singing for our new little band that would eventually become Sorrow, and my voice just can't hit those ranges, you know. You can't go from Nathan Explosion to, you know.
Like the Cookie Monster vocals to what you
yeah,
got.
the Bon Jovi or whatever. But
right.
So we actually, I found our old singer Ryan. I had gotten this underground music compilation, and it had a song on there that sounded like a combination between Wayne Staley and Rob Zombie. And I'm like, oh my God, this guy's voice is fantastic. And he lives right in Indiana. I'm like, oh, he must only like be an hour from, you know, where we live or whatever. Turns out he's like 8 hours away. But we had, I mean, this, you know, if this shows how the band is, you know, 11 years, we had written letters back and forth to each other about, you know, about him like possibly coming down and trying out for us. So we sent him some rough rehearsal tapes, and, you know, he dug them and came back, and I'm like, this is a singer for our band, and we just kind of formed that. And, you know, we jammed and gigged out, and we got actually a small independent deal from the school in New York and put out, you know, our first record, Throttle Junkies, and Steve Albini had produced and recorded it.
Now, that Throttle Junkies, real quick, that Throttle Junkies, you guys redid that album, didn't you?
Yeah, it's been re-released with some bonus tracks through a label called Crash Music, and it came out on Digipack. And it actually has like a cover of Ram Jam's Black Betty.
Yeah.
That we did a long time ago. That was actually a pretty big hit in the UK that kind of circulated around. And, you know, we re-released that, but the label had gone out of business 6 months after the record came out, and that's what forced us to go in and start doing demos, and one of them, which was Halo. And then all of a sudden, you know, all that other stuff happened like we talked about earlier. But, you know, we've had a cool little ride, you know, because I got that CD with our ex-singer Ryan on it, and I threw it in a pile and didn't listen to it right away, and I was just digging through some stuff. I'm like, maybe I'll put this on, and it was one crappy, shitty band after another. And then I just heard this kind of riff that you know, struck a nerve, and then there goes Ryan's voice. And it's like, if I never would have listened to that, you know, who knows what I'd be doing. I'd probably be one of those geeks at the, you know, Dethklok show with short hair, you know.
Now, speaking of Ryan, though, tell me a little bit about why Ryan left the band, though.
Ryan is kind of, you know, his own worst enemy in some ways. He's an amazing, amazing singer, but he definitely like is a person that always sees the grass greener on the other side, I guess you could say.
Right.
And I don't know if he was ever happy in the band, to be honest with you. You know, and artists, you know, which, you know, there was some flack, you know, when he joined Drowning Pool and when he left and quit and kind of was hanging by, and, you know, we were mad for a while, but, you know, when you really understand what a true artist is, they're all freaking nuts, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you look at, like, Wayne Staley and Scott Weiland and Axl Rose.
He's a nut, dude.
They're all fucking whack jobs, So it's just like we always just a great singer, is all great singers have their quirks, and he was really into his family at the time, and really felt bad because he missed so much stuff with them when he was on tour, with us and stuff like that, and it really wore on him to the point of where, he just didn't want to be in the band anymore. And again, him not knowing what he wanted, he quit, and we were, kind of left us hanging dry. We're like, what do? We got squeezed out from a major label deal when Sony and BMG merged. We lost our singer. Most bands would have just thrown in the towel.
Yeah.
We're just
true.
like, we're just, I don't know. Maybe we're just too fucking stupid for our own good, but we're just like, let's keep going. And,
yeah.
Wayne Static called us up, and Pat Lackman, who was in Damage Plan, and said, we know this dude, AJ Cavalier's in this band Diesel Machine, and we'd actually played a few shows with AJ's old band on the Static X tour. His band opened up. And, in AJ we found, not only an amazing singer, but an amazing friend. And, he's kind of been like the missing link that we've always had, and, we love making music together. I'm never going to ever dog on the times that we had with Ryan or the albums we did, because they're great records.
Stuff,
I still listen to those records, and, we had a tough time with whether we keep the name or what we do, but, me, Adam, and Tom, we started that band from scratch, from just like a little pipe dream of playing some music that we all grew up on, and it's more than a name. It's kind of like like an entity.
Right.
So we don't look at it as a completely new band. We just look at it as a change. And everybody in their life goes through changes and things like that, and it's just a different era of soil, but it still has it's still soil in many ways, And
Indeed, it is. And just like I said, like when I went to that concert here in Cleveland back in 2004, and when you guys got up on stage and you guys did that song Redefine, dude, I was hooked right there. So that was it though. I love that song. But they did play it a lot on the radio, and I think that's one thing I don't like about radio stations, man. They'll just play it and play it and play it and play it over and over again. I mean, they should let it die a little bit and then come back with it maybe, not every other freaking song or every other hour or whatever. They just keep playing it over and over
That's
again.
what sells, man. That's what sells.
What you gotta understand about that, and this is what I've learned about the terrestrial radio industry, since I can say that I'm a part of that. That's what people want to hear, dude. They do studies on this shit, and what people want to hear, I mean, they're going to hear.
Yep.
Yeah, especially here in Cleveland, the stations that we listen to now, and the one that I work on, especially since we've taken whatever, we play a lot of Metallica. And every day, at least once or twice a day, I'll listen to the one station, and I'll listen to my station, and both stations will simultaneously be playing a different Metallica song, but, dude, that's what people still want to hear these days. And it might not be, the majority still wants to hear that.
You're absolutely right, and it's like, what? It takes beatings over the head a million times of the song before it really sinks in, and that's the beautiful thing about radio, is it creates, it's broken so many bands, and like you said, the research studies are, if somebody hears a song but they don't like it first and they keep hearing it, they're going to almost grow to like it.
Yeah, eventually. I mean, there's so many bands that I could just rattle off that I'm not going to throw under the bus right now that I would have, I've heard before, either on tours or at shows or whatever. I'm like, I hate that band. But after hearing it enough, dude, I'll find myself singing along with it if it's on because it's catchy and I end up knowing it. And that's how people sell records. That's what you got to do. It's a double-edged sword when it comes to
Well, the thing I'm saying is that, less is a little bit, I think less is more. Just a little bit. I mean, don't play it the thing is, the reason why I'm saying this is because I listen to radio all day long. You know what I'm saying? I'm on one channel, I listen to it all day long, and it's like I hear the Beastie Boys over and over and over and over and over again. You know what I'm saying? Or I hear Metallica over and over and over again. I mean, yeah, I can understand where you're saying that. There's somebody that works at a job and then they're coming out of work and they want to hear Soil or something like that, or they want to hear Metallica, or they want to hear this or hear that. But there's people that listen on the job all day long to the same radio station and they hear the same song.
But that's a lot. I mean, that's you as opposed to a lot of people. I'll tell you right now, where I'm at, we only have a couple Pantera songs. And, dude, I'll listen to Pantera 24/7, 365. I don't care. But after a while, I want to hear different Pantera songs than the same 2 or 3 or 4 that we have. But every single day, I'll have mass people calling in being like, you know...
Or hear Cemetery Gates.
You know, well, not even Cemetery Gates. Like Cowboys from Hell or, like, Walk or something. That's all they want to hear. And,
Well, the ones I always hear Cemetery Gates, like in the mornings on your station. They'll play that.
what I'll do is... I did it with Soil, actually. I'm not going to lie. And I wanted to ask about it, if you guys became huge John Madden fans, because there was only a couple good bands on that Madden that came out, and Soil was one of them.
It's so funny you say that, because I've heard more things about that Madden game. I was in the bank like maybe 6 months ago, and I was like changing someone around or something, and this guy's like, you know, what do you do? You know, blah blah. I'm like, you know, I'm a musician in the band. He's like, what band? I'm like, Soil, and he's like, were you guys on that Madden 2004 or whatever it was? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh my God, you know, me and my friend, that's all we'd play. We'd hear that song Pride on it all the time, and this guy's like a clean cut banker that, you know, you'd never expected would listen to stuff like that. But that game got us so much recognition, and it's just because people, when they play that, they play it over and over, and they put the playlist on, and they hear the song over and over.
Exactly.
And it's crazy, you know. It's like, you know, I've been in like getting my oil changed or something, all of a sudden Halo will come over like the Jiffy Lube or something like that, you know. And it's crazy what the power of, you know, repetition can really do. And someone like me gets bored to death about it, you know. It's just like, if I hear something over and over again, I just change the station, you know. But a lot of, you know, like you're saying, a lot of other people are just like, man, you crave it.
Well, that's like the people, I mean, I can't even imagine what that did to you guys, like the impact it had on that. Just people that don't even listen to metal or rock at any kind whatsoever, and then just hear that song, like you said, in repetition or anything else, whether you like it or not, it's going to stick, and people are going to remember it. You hear it so much.
For sure.
Dude, Driven Music Group. I wanted to ask about that real quick. It said that you guys had recently inked a deal with them.
That was a little premature, jumping the gun.
Was it?
We had a deal with them,
and
we have some offers from other people out there as well. We're in the process of solidifying things, is what we're doing.
So that's like
it's. I wish I could make a
statement on that. No, I totally
get
it, dude.
I wish I could make an official announcement, but let's put it this way: it's very close. I mean, it's in the world of, you know, contract negotiation and stuff like that. It's like all the lawyers have to cross the T's and dot the I's and stuff like that. But we're super close to making the announcement of exactly what, where, and when. But it was something that kind of leaked out a little prematurely, as you know. We actually haven't signed on the dotted line, but, you know, negotiations are still in play, as well as with a bunch of other things, and we're just making sure we completely pick the right home for Soil.
Yeah, I'll let it lie there. I don't want to push you farther than you can go.
It's cool. You know what? Within the next couple of weeks, we'll have the main announcement. You know, Blabbermouth, MySpace, all that good stuff.
Send me an email, Tim, and I'll put it right up on our website.
I got a question.
Awesome.
One of the things that we talked earlier in the show was about like Blake Lewis getting dropped from Arista Records, and what type of impact it had on his career. What type of impact do you have on your career with your music, being without a label or being with a label?
Well, basically, you know, we were at J Records, Clive Davis's label, for 2 albums, and you know, anybody who says stay away from being on a major label, in my opinion, is retarded, because the best place to be is on a major label. If they're committed, you know, and they have the money, the networks, the resources, everything. And you know, when we kind of got squeezed out with that merger, and they're like, you know, cut any band that's not gold or platinum at the time, you know, we went with an independent, which was DRT Entertainment, which kind of picked up a group of bands that kind of got squeezed out by all those mergers. And, you know, we went from, you know, having a brand new tour bus and full road crew to, you know, having
patching your own gear.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. But instead of having the brand new Prevost bus, we went to an Eagle, and we had to hire, downsize our the
staff
that we brought with us, and cut down on the pay that we were given and stuff, and it's just because that cash cow isn't there anymore, and we also found our last record suffered from lack of radio spins because the guy that was working our radio didn't have the resources to really hit it at home like you do with a major label, and you kind of realize your limitations that you have with an independent. But it's kind of really strange now, and it's a really bad time to be in a band, but it's a really good time to be in a band because it's almost any man's game out there. And I was talking to my friend Blasco, who's playing for Ozzy right now, and me and him have been friends ever since we toured on that Merry Mayhem tour, Ozzy and Zombie back in '01.
Mm-hmm.
And I always go to him for advice because he definitely has his nose to the ground on everything that's going on. He's like, man, Tim, he goes, it's anybody's game out there. He goes, it doesn't matter if you're on a major, an independent, whatever. You can explode and blow up even if you don't have a label.
Yeah, it's like the Eagles. They came out and they're selling. They don't have any kind of label. They're producing all their shit through Walmart now.
Well, Don Henley excluded. And me and my buddy actually, that my co-host on my other show that I do, we've been talking about this for a while now. That it really is it's, for lack of a better term, I guess it's a weird time in music. Kind of, just because whether you're on a big label or not, obviously a major label is going to be able to help with a lot of things, but there's labels like Roadrunner who were nothing, so many years back, and now all of a sudden are one of the bigger metal labels in the industry that almost anybody can do anything and people are going to respond to it no matter what.
Oh, I mean, of course. It's crazy because, exactly. I mean, I remember when we were in death metal bands, Roadrunner just put out all death metal releases, and we'd be like, oh, if it says Roadrunner on it, we buy it.
Right.
Now they have Nickelback and Slipknot and Theory of a Dead Man, and it's just crazy because it really is anybody's game.
Right.
But at the same time, it's kind of really good for a band like ours because we got lumped in with that whole new metal tag that we were able to escape, and it's kind of like. We found our niche in what we're doing, and back, before Halo blew up on that little radio station, nobody would touch us with a 10-foot pole. And now we've got, everybody after a band like Soil because we're a band that can get back on radio, or a band that can go out on the road, or a band that can have proven album sales, that can get into retail, and retail's shrinking and things like that. And it's almost, in some ways, it's almost like we're more popular now than we were back 5 years ago.
Right.
And it's kind of crazy, and it just goes to show you how if you believe in what you do and you have longevity and you ride through, the calm as opposed to when the waves hit, that, you can really have ups and downs in your career, and as long as you keep on pushing, you can always get back up where you need to be. And it's like Buck Cherry is a perfect example of that.
Oh, yeah.
Of a band that was dead in the water and now has sold more records than they did at the peak of their career when they first started. And, Meatloaf, that guy had, between Bad Outta Hell and Bad Outta Hell 2, he had 2-3 records out that nobody knew about.
Right.
And it's just, there's so many bands that if
you also start seeing them popping up on different commercials. Meatloaf, like the Singular Wireless commercial and stuff like that.
Oh, that's money, man. That's straight up. He got his kid on in the commercial there because his kid.
Is that his real kid in that commercial?
Yeah. He's got to keep the money coming, and if he brings his kid involved, it means the kid's now involved also in the business now, and it's just going to keep it perpetuating.
I'll tell you what, above all else, meatloaf is a delicious entree, especially with cheese in the middle. My mom makes the best. You got to try it.
Nice.
Sorry, I had to go there. I had to. I just go back to meatloaf with cheese in the middle when I think of his name and Bad Outta Hell and all that shit.
But I know you got to run, Tim, and it's been great having you on the show and everything. But I have one last.
I got one thing here.
Do you got something?
David from Rebel Radio says hi.
Oh, right on! I love that cat, man. Hello.
And I have one last question for you. What was one of the wildest and craziest things that happened to you guys backstage or on tour?
All right. There's been a lot. I'll give. Let me see. Let me think of a good one here. All right, here's a good one. I'll try to make it quick. We were on tour for the album Scars, and we had 2 days off in Nashville, Tennessee. And our tour manager booked us into the Shoney's Inn, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with the restaurant Shoney's. It's like a Denny's or a Perkins or whatever.
Yeah.
And the Shoney's restaurant was shut down, but the hotel, they had a hotel, and the hotel is still going. So we pulled the bus up at the hotel, and the manager of the hotel started screaming because the generator was on and all that, and made us park by the shut down Shoney's. So our singer, Ryan, at the time, we had gone through Colorado and stuff, and he was having a tough time breathing, because of the altitude. So I don't know how we came across this, but we had got him an oxygen tank where he could suck off some pure oxygen in between the songs.
Some random oxygen tank.
Yeah, I think it was from a prescription, or I don't recall, but he never used it.
It was prescription oxygen.
I got some prescription air.
Can I get some prescription air? I think that's what it was. So this oxygen tank was just sitting there in the front lounge of the bus for a couple of weeks because we had since gone out of Colorado. So we were up, we had 2 days off, and we're sitting in the bus and drinking Crown Royal and Jaeger and beer and all this stuff. Well, we pull out the beer bong and we hooked up the oxygen.
Oh God, I know.
Mask
I know this is going
to the beer bong. So we were sucking in pure oxygen while we were drinking the beer,
Nice.
and we timed it. We timed it without the oxygen mask and with the oxygen mask, and we found that you could get at least a half a second faster in the beer bong when you were sucking in pure oxygen.
No shit.
Well, little did we know that the pure oxygen rushes to your head.
Oh yeah, it gives you a high.
Well, we got so wasted that we pulled out the video camera and proceeded to go out and destroy the Shoney's. I boosted Adam, our guitar player, up on top, and there were these fabric awnings, and he rips the awning off and goes swinging down the awning, flying across from the roof, flying down across the thing, singing the theme song to Indiana Jones. Yeah. Exactly. And if you've seen Adam, he looks like Tarzan. He's this huge dude, and I'm ripping off the storm gutters, and we have it on video, and I came out with a full can of Coke, and all I hear is our drummer going, "No, wait, Tim, don't." And I threw that through the window of Shoney's. We're smashing everything. So we're drunk and, crazy lit up. So we all pass out. Our tour manager, his name's Roger, he was a 300-pound black guy, comes the next day and starts screaming. He's like, "You fuckwads, you motherfuckers, what the hell are you doing? You're destroying the Shoney's, you're going to get in trouble." And he's freaking out. And this bum comes by and starts screaming at us, talking about how we destroyed his home and all this other stuff, and how he's going to call the police. And I just had this smirk on my face, and I look at him, I go, "Go ahead and call the police, because we're going to tell them that you did this." And then he ran away, and, even to this day, our tour manager, every time we pull through Nashville, he's like, "You assholes, remember that time you trashed the Shoney's with beer bongs and oxygen masks and everything?"
Nice.
That's nice, man. I love that.
That's one of many little episodes. So.
That'll teach that bum to ever live at a Shoney's again.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
Get
a box, buddy.
There's a box behind the Shoney's. Go get it, You don't need to live inside it,
It was funny. He was so mad. He's like, "Look what you did to my home." I guess he must have been living in the kitchen and stuff.
Who knows?
Well, that's funny because, some of our craziest stories have to do with bands inviting us down to their shows and us getting drunk with them on their bus and then us destroying their bus.
Well, I don't know about that, but we can get out the BB guns and shoot up the place next door.
I am all about destruction, so let's do it.
All right, you're in. I'm in.
Standing.
All right, Tim, man, it's been great having you on our show. Hey, can you do us a quick favor?
Sure.
Can you say this is Tim King from Soil, and you're listening to Uncensored Net Noise whenever you're ready?
Hey, this is Tim King from Soil, and you listen to Uncensored Net Noise. Crank it up.
Thank you, Tim. You've been great, man. And we'll check you out on July 3rd here in Cleveland at the House of Blues.
Awesome. If you can just send me an email or shoot me a text message or something with the names and what venues you need. I'll get you all set up with VIP passes and everything.
Sounds good.
That'd be great, man. We'll be there.
man.
Awesome, guys.
And you can check out Soil at myspace.com/Soil because their website, Soil, goes right to their MySpace anyway. So check them out on MySpace, myspace.com/Soil. Thanks, Tim, for coming on the show, bud.
Thanks for having me, and we'll see you guys soon.
All right, Tim. Thank you.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, bye-bye. There you go. There's Tim King from Soil.
This is the best of uncensored net noise on MorningShowCentral.com.
All right, so if you guys sat through all that, you're complete losers. But I'm glad you did. It was a good best of with all the interviews and all the interesting things that went on Uncensored Net Noise. Don't forget, MorningShowCentral.com. Make sure you check that out. And Uncensored Net Noise can be heard every Friday night at 9 o'clock. And don't forget about the Nelson and Joe Hour or so, which comes on some Saturdays. Just roll the dice and just see if it's on at 10 o'clock. But check out Uncensored Net Noise always, and check out MorningShowCentral.com. I'm Joe Howard. Thanks for being there, guys. Later.
Thank you. You mean so long. Farewell.
Auf Wiedersehen, adieu.
Adieu. Adieu. To you and you and you. Hey,
The crew at Uncensored Net Noise would like to thank the sponsors that make our weekly show possible. Redux Beverage, makers of the best energy drink on the market. Voice One, for all your communication needs. Fifth Street Media, web design and more. Intense Frequency Production, and Pete 99, web hosting done right. Did you miss any of the show?
Screw you, Willie, your kinky ass. Last time I didn't shit right for a week.
Then check out our website at MorningShowCentral.com and visit the archives for this and other past shows. Also, check out the games, photo galleries, chat rooms, and more.
We're supposed to be fighting for truth, justice, and the American way here.
The views and opinions expressed on this show are not controlled by the FCC, our wives, girlfriends, gay lovers, or favorite barnyard animals. And if you have any complaints, call someone who cares. Be sure to tune in next week for another sick and twisted edition of Uncensored Net Noise.
Conspiracy theories and masturbation. I suspected there was a connection.
If you have any questions, comments, pitches, complaints, or great stories about barnyard fetishes, shoot us an email at show@morningshowcentral.com. And be sure to check out the live show next Friday night, beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on morningshowcentral.com.
Must be great to be able to make a living doing something you love.
From Chris and the rest of the gang here at Uncensored Net Noise, have a great weekend. And we'll catch you next week.